Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing about a woman on a day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the pump for the water. Let the seven know me now. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Krumah. We're joined with the other host, Lady Tate, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. That's Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High.
Hey, how you doing?
Illegal migrant footage. And on this season 4, episode 47, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the tangibles. Continue to mass up the tangible for your vote, Black family, all the way up to 2100. So tangibles 2025 to tangibles 2100. Then it's the Black National Anthem, Divisive. Ayanna Pressley announces reintroduction of reparations for slavery legislation. Representative Ayanna Pressley brings out H.R. 40 and hope FBAs will fall for reparations grift. Then we got Democrats, reparations finesse returns. Elon Musk demands Julius Malema declared an international criminal and immediate sanctions imposed. Trump threatens 100% tariffs on BRICS nations. Why FBAs can't stop talking about race. Tom Homan slams in New York City or New York State Governor Hochul's sanctuary policies, calls for her removal. Then breaking U.S. government declassifies EPSTEIN, JFK, and UFO files. Donald Trump wants an all-white military. Don't recruit blacks. You won't believe what AI really thinks about black people. So those are the topics for tonight. Thank y'all for tapping in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Frontline Black News. All right, Shabaka, greetings.
Yeah, greetings to you there, Brother Che. Yeah, I want to read his article right here because how dare is Musk going to declare a black man in his own land a criminal? Musk is a Boer. He is Dutch. He is not an African. Now, here's something here. Ford, the senator of Nevada, by the name of Ford. No, I'm sorry. Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford joined a lawsuit Thursday challenging the unlawful delegation of executive power to billionaire Elon Musk, his office said in a news release. The lawsuit argues that Musk, the CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, and other companies, gained an unconstitutional level of power through his unelected role as the leader of the new government entity, the Department of Government Efficiency. The attorneys contend that Musk's actions violate the appointment clause of the U.S. Constitution. And of course, as we know, the U.S. Constitution is full of hypocrisy anyway, which ensures that the executive appointments are subject to congressional oversights and Senate confirmation. The dump regime has handed unchecked power over the federal government to an unelected and unvetted businessman who considers himself above the law. Ford said in a press release, as much as they would like us to believe otherwise, this is not a discussion about federal government spending. This is a discussion about the rule of law and the assurance to Nevadans that the federal government will not actively work to make their lives worse. Musk's actions are illegal and he will stop them. The lawsuit points to Musk and his associates gaining access to sensitive materials in dozens of federal agencies without security clearance. So already that's grounds enough to impeach Trump's ass again. It argues that though he is considered a special government employee and has not been confirmed by the U.S. Senate. He continues to assert the powers of an officer of the United States. Ford joins attorneys generals from New Mexico, Arizona, Michigan, California, Connecticut, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington as plaintiffs. And as you know, Brother Che, a plaintiff is the person bringing a case against somebody, rather if it's criminal court or civil court, because in a criminal court, the plaintiff is the district attorney. Okay. And in civil cases, generally the city attorney.
Correct.
The attorneys general are seeking a court ruling that declares Musk's actions unconstitutional and an injunction barring him from issuing orders to anyone in the executive branch outside of DOGE, the Department of Governmental Efficiency, as well as invalidating his previous actions. This is not the only lawsuit challenging Stinky Bird and DOGE's authority. Ford joined another lawsuit filed with 18 others attorney generals on February 7th that sought to stop the agency from accessing federal payment systems containing American sensitive personal information. The judge in that case temporarily blocked DOGE personnel from accessing the Treasury Department records following the following day. The case is first hearing is set for Friday. So that goes to show you, ladies and gentlemen, that once again, they're pulling out their Johnsons, they pissing on your head, telling you that it is rain, okay? And then, if anybody's out there that wants to hop on, and argue with us, put your email in the chat room. We'll send you a link, And then, as far as Musk declaring Julius Malema a criminal, how in the hell is this bore going to call this black man from Azania a criminal in his own land? That shit don't add up, man. And Trump wants an all-white military. Well, believe it or not, people, they have the domestic military, which is mostly lily white. It's called the police department.
Yeah, that's the paramilitary.
Yeah. And then keep in mind that a lot of the paramilitaries are actually war veterans. You know what I mean? Not war veterans, military veterans.
Yeah.
You see?
All right, Shabaka, I got to get us to the first topic.
Okay.
All over the place. Okay, so was that the article that you wanted to read?
Yes, sir. That was an article out of the Las Vegas Journal, and that there was, let me see what the day was. I think this was either today or yesterday. It was yesterday's newspaper.
Okay. All right, so moving to the first topic, we got tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2,100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, in the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this like I've been doing for the past 4 or 5 years now. It's tangible. So instead of 2020 or 2024, it would be 2025. 2026 and 2028 is when the presidential elections are coming up. So 2025 is when the municipal elections are happening, like New York City, for instance. They're having their mayoral race and city council alderman race. Then 2026, there's the midterms for Congress, for the House of Representatives and the Senate. And then in 2028, it's the next presidential election.
Right.
And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing
Right.
tangible benefits for other groups. In this
Right.
election cycle, in this local election cycle, the midterms, and the next presidential election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be
Right.
lumped with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer
Right.
tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message
That
far
part.
and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. This is 2025, it's Tangibles 2025. And next year, when the midterms, it'll be Tangibles 2026. All the way up to 2100.
Right.
Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the
Sure.
tangibles?
No, the tangibles as a debt that is owed for unpaid labor. Tangibles is a debt that is owed for brutalization. Tangibles is a debt that is owed for inhumane treatment and barbaric practices on Black people from the white raping, slave trading pedophiles.
Mhm. Here in the United States.
Yes, and that is the best way I could describe it, is because, as Dr. Marimba Ani has stated in her writing, who is a student of the one and only great scholar, the Dr. John Henry Clark, all of this is part of the ma'afa of the antebellum South, as Brother Parris so well puts it, of a disaster so bad it is beyond description.
Yep. Correct, Shabaka.
You know, the way they treated our women, the way how they castrate a Black man because some white female will say, "Oh, he looked at me. He tried to rape me." You know, shit like what they call reckless eyeballing and all that bullshit.
Yeah, well, on the side note, we won't have to see Taylor Swift no more. Miss 6 o'clock. That's good news.
Well, how that great news come about?
Because they lost the Super Bowl, Shabaka. So we'll have to see that 6 o'clock.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. And she was married to one of the dudes.
Kelsey.
Wide receiver. The wide receiver, tight end for the Chiefs. Okay, all righty. That's great news. Next Super Bowl, as long as it's not the Ponies.
The Broncos. It is going to be the Broncos. It won't be the Raiders.
And the Raiders.
The Gators.
And the Raiders, they need work bad. So I ain't looking for them to do nothing, man, for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
They need work real bad.
So, what is the amount that's owed, Shabaki?
Approximately, I believe our last count, Brother Che, was $8 trillion in tangibles.
Oh, sure. We got the MD in the building. Peace to the MD.
MD 20. Hey, how you be, MD 20? You know what I'm saying? How you be? You know. And then also, too, is that we build up our own industries right here. And then if we can get rid of these goddamn tethers, okay?
Yeah, tethers all up in the mix, Shabaki.
Okay. You say, and get with the mindset of President Ibrahim Traore over there of doing for self. But one thing, though, Mr. President of Burkina Faso, I must say, I see that Coca-Cola is coming into your country, sir. With all due respect, Mr. President, do not let them blood suckers in there because they've been down there to Tanzania. They've been all through Ghana. They've been all through Chad. Let me see, Nigeria. Okay, I don't have the map up in front of me. I'm just going off of my knowledge of it. Namibia. You see, once you allow Coca-Cola to come in there, man, then here comes Ford Motors. Then here come the white imperialists from the United States again, taking over where their where their European counterparts had left off. You see what I mean? So this is why I appreciate the president of Uganda, President Museveni, when Biden had sent one of his representatives over there, saying, well, you got to embrace, the banana in the mouth like bobblehead demonstrates and wave the gay pride flag. And President Museveni told him, man, are you crazy? Here we place great value on the procreation of life. That only happens between a union of man and woman. Well, they'll cut off your head. Hey, man, cut the head off. Now get up out of here. 3 seconds later, he looked at him. Hey, man, you still here? Then he got the message and got his ass up out of there. Mm-hmm. You see what I mean?
He showed this, so cut the goddamn check. Pay our reparations. Why you passed out? Okay.
Okay.
So moving right along, we got. Unless Lady Tay has something.
All right, and also, too, please read our disclaimer, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching. Okay, MD20 says, don't know if you already talked about the incident in Cali with the homeless man from Barbados and the Black American brother at the train station. I got to get your thoughts. Okay, enlighten me on MD20. Was this at Union Station in downtown Los Angeles?
Yeah, I haven't heard nothing about it.
Down on Alameda?
The first time I'm hearing this.
Yeah, this is the first I'm hearing it. All right.
We'll wait for
it. Okay, all righty. Okay, MD20, please enlighten us. Okay. All right, I'm not aware of what happened at Union Station in Los Angeles. Hold on. Let me go up here and search for it. Incident at Union Station. Okay, incident at Union Station in Los. And you said this was today, Brother Che?
Yes, I believe so. Or this weekend.
Okay, in the last few days. Okay, going to the search.
You have the video? Yeah. Let me drop the link.
Okay. All righty. Now, according to this right here, what I got, recent incidents at Union Station in Los Angeles include LAPD shot a man armed with a knife with less lethal rounds. The man was fatally shot near Union Station. Okay. All right. LAPD 2023, 2024, 2022. Well, they always got all kind of stuff happening at Union Station anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like the Union Station here, it's never a dull moment.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what we got here. Los Angeles Times. Police fire less lethal rounds at man armed with a knife at LA's Union Station. Okay. All right. Police shot a man armed with a knife. Oh, no, man. Now, this is April 28th, 2023. So I guess we don't have the latest on it.
Oh, this is old news,
yeah,
MD,
this is from 2023.
Old news. I thought this was recent, but I dropped a link if you want to come up and explain it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna move us along because I know we've pressed for time, and I got the food bank in the morning.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. So how are you feeling?
I'm still a little groggy, and the pain it comes and goes, but it's not nowhere near as bad as it was. And my face,
Okay, so that means you get
swelling has gone down substantially. So the
then it's doing
antibiotics
its
they
job.
gave me, have been working. As a matter of fact, I need to take some right now.
All right.
We spaced it out.
Yeah.
So moving along is the national anthem. Divisive.
Yes, sir. Bruh, I could care less about the Star Spangled Banner. Anytime I listen to it, I make it a point to sit down.
Shabaka, not that national anthem. The Black national anthem.
No, that it's not divisive in the least. It's just simply us paying homage to our ancestors who built this damn country and all those who were killed after it with Jim Crowism, you know what have you. The list goes on and on and on. I'm like Fannie Lou Hammond. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play one of Tariq's Twitter spaces about this.
We got Sir Mike, Miss Trinity, Hoodoo, Brother Arthur in the building. We have Ernez, lovely Yoshi G, Nikki the God Solon, the Tethernator. Glad to have y'all in here. Now let's get right into what we're going to talk about. We're going to get deep tonight, family. We're going to get real deep tonight. Now, after the Super Bowl, people are still talking about the Super Bowl and the performances and everything. And another thing that people have been talking about, they've been talking about the Black national anthem. At a lot of major sporting events, people sing the national anthem, and then we have somebody sing the Black national anthem. And when we do the Black national anthem, boy, the white supremacists and even the tethers, boy, the white supremacists and those guys, they get real bent out of shape. They just really have a little hissy fit when we do the Black national anthem. Oh, God.
Okay.
Why do we have to divide based on race? It's only one national anthem, dude. God, why should we give the blacks? Why should we give the blacks special treatment, dude? They think anything symbolic, anything remotely symbolic to us is some kind of special treatment that we don't deserve. Anything that focuses on foundational Black Americans that other people are not focused on, oh God, all hell has to break loose. It's all of the sky is falling. Oh God, there's about to be a slave revolt because Black people are being focused on. And it's not even something tangible. It's a symbolic gesture. So why do these people get so bent out of shape over the Black national anthem, the Lift Every Voice and Sing song? And we've been doing that song for over 100 years. And we got to understand something. Foundational Black Americans, we are the most patriotic people in this country. Let's be very clear. First of all, nobody in America is more patriotic than foundational Black Americans at all. Hands down, without any question. There are no people who are more patriotic than us. And the thing is, when we look at patriotism in this country, nobody holds a candle to foundational Black Americans. I mean, from top to bottom, even the Revolutionary War, the first person to die for America was a foundational Black American, Crispus Attucks, who was mixed with African and Black indigenous. He was mixed with Black indigenous. That represents what America is. He was the first person to take a bullet for the United States in the Revolutionary War. Yeah? We fought for America's freedom while still being enslaved. Foundational Black Americans literally built the economic foundation of America. Because the patriotism is about building your country, not just benefiting from it. It's about building. No other group has contributed more to the build and the rise of the United States as a superpower than Foundational Black Americans. We built the infrastructure, the agricultural economy, and the wealth of this nation, and without pay. You understand? From the cotton industry, the tobacco industry, all of this stuff made the U.S. a global superpower. We had our hands in building the capital of this nation. Benjamin Banneker built the streets and designed the streets, and we physically built the White House with our own hands, ladies and gentlemen. You don't get more patriotic than that. You understand? In Foundational Black Americans, we created Memorial Day. We've talked about this before. We talk about this every year. Memorial Day, it was recognized as a national holiday, but it was Foundational Black Americans who were taking it upon themselves to honor the Union soldiers who fought in the war. We thought we should give them special recognition when it was really us. It was some of the Black Maroons and some of the Black freedmen who fought in the war who really won the war. That's what Abraham Lincoln said. But we said, hey, we'll give credit where we think credit is due. We'll give them thanks too, because the white supremacists were kind of mad at each other. So we said, hey, we'll pay homage to the people who helped keep the Union together. We'll stand up and do that. You see, we are the real patriots of this nation, ladies and gentlemen. Foundational Black Americans, we've served in every war, even while being oppressed. From the Revolutionary War to World War II, to Vietnam, to Iraq, every major U.S. conflict, while being denied our own basic rights here. Even in World War II, Black soldiers, like my uncle, I had an uncle fighting in World War II. Yeah. They're fighting fascism abroad. They're going over there freeing people, getting people out of the concentration camps. Then you come back here dealing with some damn Jim Crow.
Yeah.
You understand? That's an extreme act of patriotism. You see? We're the only group that fought for America. You know, other groups fought against this country. Southern whites, the white Confederates, they fought against this country. See, that's why I say no other group can really claim real patriotism, or they can't out-patriot Foundational Black Americans. Foundational Black Americans, we've never tried to destroy the nation. We've never tried to destroy this nation. We've always tried to make it better. Now, the Southern white supremacists who run around here talking about their patriots, and they're creating these white supremacist groups like Patriot Front. They use the word patriot, but they don't live up to it. Them white Confederates, they went against this country. They committed treason. They tried to destroy the United States. Yeah? Hell, even the January 6th guys, remember them? Many of those were patriots, and they ran right up in that Capitol building trying to have an insurrection. Yeah? See, the thing is, we as Foundational Black Americans, we, because of our patriotism, because we are the true Americans. We're not immigrants.
We didn't know any better, Tariq.
To the United States. I really want y'all to understand that. We are indigenous to the United States. Listen to the wording.
The master taught him. I have to say that.
Because when you talk about indigenous, you think, okay, red natives. The red natives are not indigenous to the United States because they're sovereign citizens. And many of those tribes have been co-opted by the white supremacists. And many of the red natives had absolutely nothing to do with the building of the United States whatsoever. They didn't.
And they tried to make us
Black
slaves.
Aboriginals did. We became classified as Negro.
Yep.
And we built the structure of the United States, and we had an ethnogenesis. And within that ethnogenesis, we became unique and indigenous to the United States. No other group is indigenous to the United States except Foundational Black Americans. That's either true or not true. No other group.
I can't see
no other group is indigenous to the United States, meaning you're the foundation of it.
MD, I'm gonna bring you up.
That point has
You
to
got the
be
MD
driven
in the building. Shout out to the
home
MD.
every day. See?
What's happening with you?
And we as foundational Black Americans,
Peace, man. How y'all doing?
America to live
We
up to
all
its
right.
own
Brother, hey, it's a
ideals.
pleasure, man, to finally make contact with you, man. Appreciate you contributing, man, over the time that we've been doing this, brother. You know?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and we do disagree agreeably because me and Brother Paris, we've had our rounds, but we always disagreed agreeably.
So, MD,
No doubt.
You were saying something about a incident in LA.
Yeah. If you allow me, I'm gonna let you get through this first. I'm just sitting and listening in on this.
Okay.
Once you're done, if you allow me, I want to pull up the video and get y'all take on it, and we'll chop it up.
Sir.
Okay, sounds good.
Sir.
All that hypocrisy. They'll say one thing and then do something else. All men are created equal, but I got this slave that I'm. No. We can't have that nonsense. We're going to have a 13th and 14th Amendment. We're going to have real equality. Remember, 13th, 14th Amendment, those were grassroots movements coming from foundational Black Americans. These were movements that we started. You understand? No other group has defended America's Constitution more than foundational Black Americans. These white supremacist so-called founding fathers, they wrote about freedom, equality, and justice.
No,
they didn't apply these things. These were degenerates. It was us through court battles, struggles, protests, people from Frederick Douglass, the Thurgood Marshall, to Dr. King. We've been saying, hey, let's honor this damn Constitution here. Let's honor it.
Don't forget the Black Panthers.
Let's live up to it. You see? So we as foundational Black Americans, we represent the true value of America, or what America represents, than any other group. If America stands for freedom, justice, equality, hard work, and perseverance, then foundational Black Americans, we're the only group that has lived out these ideas on the highest level. You understand? We fought for freedom while being enslaved. We fought for justice while being denied it. We worked to build America while being excluded from the rewards. You understand? No other group has done more to make America live up to the so-called greatness. No other group. That's why people can just come over here and pull up a table. So let's understand that. We are the true patriots. So when we do songs like Lift Every Voice and Sing, there's a reason why we need to have that. And that's not a replacement for the national anthem, but it's something that balances out the hypocrisy of it. Because the regular national anthem is a very hypocritical song. The national anthem, it's about oppression.
Hypocrisy of it. You're always talking about the hypocrisy of it. That's what he just said.
Oh, yes, sir. It's very hypocritical.
Francis Scott Key,
and
the guy
remember the stanza that they took out
that
of
was a hardcore white supremacist.
You
understand?
Just listen.
And we needed something, and that's what we do. We put something out there to balance the bullshit. We needed something that would balance the bullshit. The Star Spangled Banner, and there's the third stanza. No, we've talked about it before that a lot of folks don't talk about, which mentions slavery. The song, let me try to put it in Cliff Notes. There's a part in the song about the War of 1812 where there were slaves who were fighting with Britain, and they were promised their freedom, and I think they were killed. So the Star Spangled Banner, that third stanza, celebrates the murder of these slaves. And Scott Keys, this guy was a hardcore white supremacist. He openly said that Black people were inferior and they would never be equal to the white man. This is the guy who wrote the Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah, I bet you if his old lady got laid by a brother, she'll change her mind on it.
National anthem. That's what they used to call it back in the early 1900s. See, number one, people in the dominant society, they have a problem with it because it forces an acknowledgement of their racial hypocrisy.
Facts.
You understand? Lift every voice and sing. That's a symbolic recognition to freedom, equality, and the whole nine. You see? And also, the dominant society, they see that as a threat to white cultural dominance. See, the Star Spangled Banner, that's tied to white dominated identity. And for centuries, white America, they controlled who would be seen as true Americans. See, with the inclusion of Lift Every Voice and Sing, see, that represents a cultural shift where foundational Black American identity is recognized as distinct yet very pivotal to American culture. You see? And you got to understand how the white supremacists are. They resent, they really hate losing exclusive cultural ownership over national symbols. See, they like to call the shots. They hate when we get out there and start calling the cultural shots on a global stage. You know, it's that just shut up and dribble. You know, remember what they said about LeBron, Fox News? They just shut up and dribble. That's what they want us to do. Just shut up and dribble. When we start making cultural points out there, oh, they got an issue with it. And also, a lot of people are very uncomfortable with Black self-determination because, see, Lift Every Voice and Sing is not a replacement album, anthem. It's an anthem that speaks to the unique experiences of foundational Black Americans. And the dominant society, they fear any assertion to Black self-determination, seeing that as divisive rather than celebratory. You understand? So they get upset with us doing the Black national anthem, but they don't have a problem with Confederate songs, Irish immigrant parades, German heritage celebrations. They don't have a problem with none of that stuff because, see, that doesn't challenge white America's dominance. We're the only people, foundational Black Americans, we're the only ones who challenges systematic and global white supremacy. We're the only ones who challenge that. And see, a lot of the white supremacists, when we do songs at these major events where the world is watching, you see, because that puts us in a dignified position to the world. See, we force them to show us some damn global dignity on our terms, you see? And see, the white supremacists, they fear stuff like that. That's going to inspire Black empowerment. See, throughout history, the white supremacists, they've always feared cultural expressions that unified foundational Black Americans. Because us being really unified, you know, that's collective strength. That's scary. And the song Lift Every Voice and Sing, that's a very patriotic song. It's about resilience, faith, liberty. And a lot of people in the dominant society, when we show dignity, that means these Negroes are going to start asking for shit. That's what they equate. When we do anything with some damn dignity, you know what's coming. Because the name of the game is to keep us dumb, stupid, twerking, pussy popping. They love that. When we do something with any form of dignity and it catches on, that's when they start tripping. Oh, these Negroes are starting to love themselves. Oh, shit, they're going to be asking for them reparations. Here they go. They know what's coming next. That when we get some dignity going, hey, since I'm loving on myself and my community, I would love my check that's owed to me, too. We're going to get on that. You see? And also, this whole thing, when we start singing the Black national anthem, they start talking that woke nonsense. They use wokeness as an epithet. So anything that recognizes Black struggle or history is labeled as woke, and they've used woke as a pejorative. That's why we got to control words. That's why they're taking a lot of history out of schools in certain states, the Ron DeSantis's and people like that. That's why we got some more history documentaries coming this year. That's why that's on us. If they want to take it out of school, that's fine. We got enough knowledge, talent, and skill to do our own films, to do our own education.
Hollywood ain't gonna let you do it, Tariq. You know that. You in Los Angeles, Hollywood ain't gonna let you do it.
Global
phenomenon. He did it, Shabaka.
Where families all around this country sat up here and studied these films together.
So he made an independent film.
People grew up on it.
Yes,
remember, this was like over a decade ago. So people are 12 years old. They're adults now. And I hear people all the time telling me how they grew up on that series. You see? Very impactful, and we did it on our own. We can keep doing that. You see? But it's very important to not be afraid to stand on patriotism business. Because, see, this ties in to the delineation movement that we have now. Because foundational Black Americans are showing a certain level of patriotism. I want y'all to understand how this is confusing the white supremacists. Family, do y'all know what kind of monkey wrench we've thrown in the game right now? I want y'all to really soak this in, family. Because let's go back to the national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner. Family, you know, that got popular because the military used that song, because they've always known that the song was about white supremacy. They always known that the song had white supremacist leanings. They knew Francis Scott Key was a white supremacist. The song was pro-slavery. They would use the Star Spangled Banner early in the military. The military would use it first. World War I, that's when they started using it. It became a national anthem, I think 1931, something like that. But the military first started using it around World War I. And the reason why they would use it, they used it as a weapon to squash Black protest. Because in the military, you got to understand, they wanted Black people and needed Black people to fight in the military, because you couldn't get these immigrants, because we were going to war with a lot of them. World War I, we're going to war with some of these places where they're bringing immigrants in. So you can't bring these immigrants in when we're going to war with their country. So they had to put a lot of Black people in the military. So Black people are fighting overseas, and you got to understand, at the time, while you're fighting for this country, you're in segregated barracks, and then you come back and you're coming back to damn Jim Crow. You just fought for the country overseas, and then you come back to second-class citizenship. So Black people in the military they felt a certain way about it. So they would throw that Star Spangled Banner thing. They would make everybody sing the Star Spangled Banner. And if anybody opposed or said anything negative about how the U.S. was treating them, they tried to say, oops, well, you're being non-patriotic. Oh, you must hate America. How you gonna fight in the military and you hate America? No, you can't complain. So that was the purpose of it at first. It was really to be used to weaponize it against Black protests. And then they started to use it in games, you know, and sports was very segregated. Sports were segregated. And when they would bring in people like Jackie Robinson, people like that, and started to slowly get some of those Negro League players in some of these games, they would we're going to do the national anthem, and you guys be quiet about being segregated against. Don't you say nothing about it. That's going to make you look unpatriotic. They were really doing that heavily in the 60s, doing that Star Spangled Banner at different events during all of the protests in the 60s. So if Black people said anything, oh God, you guys are so unpatriotic. You hate America. Oh, you need to sit down. Same thing they did with our brother Colin Kaepernick. They used that Star Spangled Banner. He took a knee for the national anthem. Oh God, how dare you? My grandfather was a veteran. They would use that bullshit. If you hate America, just leave. If you don't like America, just get the hell out of here. So it was always used to be weaponized against our protest. Now, family, here's the thing. Now, let's look at the game that happened, the last Super Bowl. It was foundational Black Americans being extremely patriotic. Do you see how confused the white supremacists were? Even at the game, they didn't know how to act about it. They're confused now. They're very confused. Now, this delineation movement that we got going on, this has put a wrench in a lot of stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Because see, when we reclaim, is what we're doing, we're reclaiming our American nationalism on our own terms. So that disrupts the historic weaponization of patriotism by the white supremacists. You see? So now they got to figure out how to recalibrate this shit. They don't know what to do. Their usual method is, well, damn it, if you don't love America, go back to Africa, because they're so used to us saying, oh, hey, man, we need to be Pan-African, man. We need to get up out of here. This country hate us. Man, this country, we're so used to acting like foreigners, which is what they wanted us to do. We stopped that foreign bullshit because we ain't. We're like, wait a minute. This is our joint. That flag is ours. It was a foundational Black American girl, Grace Wisher, who was one of the original seamstresses of that flag. So we're owning this stuff. You see? So they can't use patriotism as a bludgeon against Black protests, because now that has lost its effectiveness. So how are they going to act now? They don't know what to do. So now they've lost that unpatriotic Black narrative. See, the white supremacists, they've long used this patriotism to demonize Black resistance. Any critique of America is un-American. But see, we're embracing that American nationalism, and that neutralizes that weapon. And see, when this movement claims our rightful place, that's the foundation of the country, it removes their ability to frame Black activism as un-American. You see, this is why people are having a fit about us recognizing our culture. It confuses them.
Yep, it is.
When we recognize ourselves as foundational Black Americans, that puts a dent in the game. Also, the white supremacists, they can no longer gatekeep patriotism. See, for centuries, the dominant white society, they positioned themselves as the sole arbitrator.
That's Monday.
Of what it means to be American.
Yeah.
And foundational Black Americans, we have embraced our historic role in building this country. That exposes the hypocrisy of this, showing that the real true American nationalism, it can't exclude the people who literally created the wealth and the culture. So when we start pointing out everything that we created, oh, no. You ain't more American than me. You put us next to a white supremacist, we can point out all day how we're more American than them. In fact, the white supremacists, they are, in fact, anti-American. And I just pointed that out earlier. All they care about is white supremacy. They don't care about laws, the Constitution, or nothing. They violate the Constitution all the time.
Yeah, look who you got as the fucking president.
See? And also the hypocrisy of the white nationalists, that's further exposed. See, many of the white nationalists, they love claiming the Constitution. But when we assert ownership of these same values, the white supremacists, they're forced to contradict their own beliefs.
He's talking about
or admit that their patriotism was all about race and not principles, which is good. Let's force them to admit that you are white supremacists. Stop trying to hide behind American patriotism.
Right.
No, you are white supremacists. We force them to own up to that, which is good. See, this is what I'm saying. We got to stop letting people be covert. The other day, I did a show about covert and blatant white supremacy and blatant oppression. So we got to draw the bullshit out. Like I had a caller who called up trying to be all nice and trying to be covert, and then I just prodded him a little bit. Then the N-word just started flowing right on out. That's what I like. I like a blatant white supremacist, none of that covert stuff. See, that's the problem. We sat up here and let these people be covert. No. Let them be blatant. Let them come on out and say what they need to say so they can expose themselves, and that's how they trip themselves up. See, their power is being covert. The covertness, that's where the power is, sneaking the shit around you. See, when they're overt, they can't sneak. We see where it's coming from, and then we can counter resist it. You see? Because we're controlling the narrative. And us controlling the narrative and having our foundational Black American patriotism, that erodes that whole go back to Africa nonsense. Because that used to be their go-to argument to Black activism. Oh God, if you didn't like it, just get back to Africa, dude. And see, when we lean into our indigenous American identity and contribution, see, that completely dismantles that argument. We are not immigrants. We are the American foundation. So all of those deflections are irrelevant. You are a guest on our land. You understand? You don't let no white supremacists tell you about your land when they immigrated
I
here.
don't let a white supremacist
Now,
tell
they'll
me
try to lie to
shit.
say when they did it. My family came here on the Mayflower, dude. No, they wouldn't. They love lying. White supremacists, big liars. Your family came over in Ellis Island in 1923 sometime. Nobody's on no goddamn Mayflower. They try to really push their timeline back. They're worse than Puerto Ricans when it comes to hip hop. I was there in the beginning with Kool Herc. No, you weren't. Shut up.
Right.
You see, also us reclaiming the flag. See, that's the biggie right there. When we Foundation of Black Americans, we reclaim that American flag. See, that flag has been used as a symbol to silence Black resistance. But see, when we reclaim that flag as our own, see, that forces the white supremacists to do one or two things. You either share the flag or you abandon it. So that puts them in a lose-lose situation. You see? If they reject the flag, yeah, that loses that patriotic facade. Now, if they embrace it, they must acknowledge Black ownership of the nation's legacy. You understand? It puts them in a corner, which is good. Like I said, that Kendrick performance really confused a lot of these people. When I'm looking at some of the playback of the Super Bowl, they didn't know how to really act to it. It wasn't just the lyrics and all. No. They're not. Just the patriotism that was shown, that was throwing the white supremacists off. I'm telling you. That's why I saw some white women, they were like, well, the performance, why wasn't any white people out there? They didn't have white dancers. They didn't know what to say.
Boy.
Just really confused them. Like, does this mean the Blacks are taking over America? What does this mean? Oh God, what does this mean? It's a complete monkey wrench to them, family. I'm telling you, they don't know what to do about us claiming our foundational Black American nationalism. You see, because now you got the left wing and the right wing, they're struggling to control the narrative now. See, both political parties, they've both exploited Black identity. See, the Democrats, they've expected blind loyalty, and the Republicans, they assume that Black people will just keep rejecting America. And that was their trump card. If you hate America so much, go somewhere else. Oh, America is the greatest. America is great.
As soon as they cut the check, goddamn reparations.
Our American nationalism,
Right.
while still demanding reparations and justice, both parties struggle to put us in a box now. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. And also military and law enforcement patriotism, that becomes complicated because see, the military and law enforcement, they often use patriotism to justify their actions against Black people. But when we assert our rights as true patriots, see, that challenges the legitimacy of these institutions that America pretends to uphold. And that forces them to reckon with history and us. And now a lot of the white supremacists in the administrative arm of white supremacy, that they're struggling to justify their anti-Black policy. See, a foundation of Black Americans, if we're openly embracing our American nationalism, while also pushing for reparations and legal protections, because we want those crime bills and economic justice, then the white supremacists, they're going to have a harder time to justify why those demands should be ignored. Because you can't use the whole Black people hate America when we are the ones defining what America truly is. You understand?
Yeah.
And then this is a hell of a psychological impact on the white supremacists because they're so used to controlling the narrative of American history and identity. And when we proudly declare that we're America's first patriots, that psychologically destabilizes their belief in white ownership of the nation. And that forces them into a position of ideological confusion. You see, that's why they don't really know how to act. When we come in with our American flags and letting people know that we are foundational Black Americans, they just don't know how to act and respond to it. Because see, now there's a cultural shift in power. There's a shift in cultural power. See, the white supremacists, they've always relied on cultural dominance in order to maintain control, like naming us. They like to give us the name. You guys are African American. You guys are going to be colored. And we're saying, you know what? We're going to be foundational Black Americans. We like that, boy. We like that name for our lineage.
Well, speak for yourself on that, Tariq.
We're going to define what it is. You see? So they've been using all of these things as weapons, and we've embraced these things that have been used as weapons. Now, while we're asserting our cultural and historic ownership of these symbols, see, the power dynamic shifts. You see, they're going to have to embrace what we're saying and come correct and do the right thing, or they're going to have to abandon it. So we got them in a pickle. This was a major shift that they weren't expecting. When you value yourself and you value the nation you built and you stop acting like a guest in your nation, all of their weapons have been destroyed, which is a good thing. So, man, we should have been delineating. And I love it. And the fact that we have foundational Black American patriotism that is more authentic and more genuine than that fake authenticity or fake patriotism of the dominant white society. This really, really moves the needle. It really, really moves the needle, ladies and gentlemen. And politically, they don't know what to do. Socially, they don't know what to do. So what they do is get ops to come among us and try to tell us that we're really Africans. Notice all of the people who come around trying to force us into Africanness. That's one of the tactics they're using. They're getting a lot of their ops. That's why every time we start talking, there's ops who pop in trying to tell us, oh, y'all ain't no real Americans. Y'all is Yoruba. It's always some idiot trying to tell us who we are. These are ops. That's who the white supremacists send over. They don't have any other tactics, family. So we're in a great space right now. This is a great zone, ladies and gentlemen.
All right. That completes that clip. All right, the MD wanted to discuss something, so welcome to the Frontline Black News, MD.
Hey, peace. What's going on? What's happening? Hey, can y'all hear me? I'm downstairs, so I don't know if it's an echo or not.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're coming in real loud and clear, MD, and thank you for joining us, brother. Please join us.
Yeah. I'm up tonight. I ain't at work, so.
Hey, MD, they finally got the Google cars here in Vegas, man.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, yeah, but the incident in which I was talking about, I believe it happened a few days ago.
Okay.
I wanted to get y'all initial take on it because I'll be talking more about it.
Yes, sir.
This coming up Thursday on MD Thoughtbox Live. You know, I would invite y'all to come over there and we can discuss it further. But let me do.
Oh, yes, sir. And I can pull up in the meantime. I can pull up some more data on it.
Okay, all right. So what I'll do is let me play the initial video.
Okay.
Yes,
and
sir.
I'm gonna share my screen. Give me a second. And I'm on puppy duty, so I got the damn.
Oh, you got the.
I'm trying to. Yeah.
Man, give him a bone, man. You know what I'm saying, and let him chew on the bone, man.
Yeah, I gotta go clean it. Yeah, I gotta go clean his crate out and stuff, man. I just wanted to get up. Say shout out. Tesla is his name.
The creature on earth. Yeah, the hound right there. Yeah, the most loyalist creature on earth, man.
He won't move. I'm not letting him down because I know he want to get down and get into something. I ain't. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to put him back in the cage.
The lady Tay just woke up out her sleep. She said, "Where her puppy at?"
Hey, she come get this.
He said, "You can come get that one." Its
Man,
name
that
is
hound
Jesse
hit Denver,
already.
Colorado.
No,
Man,
no,
he bum
no.
rushing back to the Bay Area so quick.
Yeah,
Oh, he's a Malamu.
yeah.
He's a
It's Siberian Husky. Yeah,
Oh yeah, well he's a snow dog anyway.
yeah.
He'd go through the North Pole, mush.
We would love them in Colorado.
Okay, so all right, yeah. I get.
Colorado shit. That's the coldest next damn place to the North Pole that I've been in. Give me my damn desert and this sun.
Shabaka
It's
just mad.
49 degrees here and I'm freezing my ass off.
The MD, the Shabaka just mad because he came last year and he came on the worst month of the year.
Man,
Yeah.
that road was straight from white hell. I mean, it was nice and clear all the way, man, until I started going up that mile-high mountain. Then I start seeing rain. Then I start seeing Then I get to Denver, Colorado. Get me a room. Man, I go out the next day at AMD, man, it was 12 feet of snow on my damn car. And then what really pissed me off, some bum comes knocking on my door. Hey, man, you got some change, man. You better get your ass away from my door. Because you're going to need an ambulance to carry you out of here.
All right. Man, so look, yeah, you got my screen. You got my screen up now. You got my screen up now. Okay, all right. So again, like I said, this happened a few days ago. I believe it happened either in the middle of the week. It was like Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
This brother go by the name of Gorilla Panther on X.
Yeah, I know.
You know. Yeah, he an FBA brother. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me play the video. This is what he filmed.
Okay.
On that day in the train station in LA. So I'm gonna play the video.
Hey, you fucking coolie ass motherfucker. I call ice for your motherfucking ass. Ooh. I'm surprised your ass haven't got deported yet, motherfucker.
Yeah, call him.
Yep.
That's why you will remain a slave and remain a slave.
Hey, you a slave to the British, motherfucker.
Never.
Yep,
Never.
you part of the British Commonwealth, motherfucker, coolie.
I am. I got a phone and never a slave.
Yeah, you a slave to the damn British, fucking coolie. You part of the Commonwealth.
Dumb bastard.
Yeah, you fucking coolie ass fucking motherfucker.
Dumb bastard.
Fucking
Slave, but
hey, you a coolie slave. You a banana wholesaling
you
clean ass motherfucker.
You say you want to say dumb bastard.
Hey, you a coolie. You know what that means?
You dumb bastard.
You a coolie.
You don't know what a coolie is?
You
dumb bastard.
You a coolie. You a Barbadian coolie ass motherfucker.
You're a dumb bastard.
Hey, you a coolie.
A goddamn slave. Look at your head.
You a slave too. You slave to the British.
Look at your head.
Look at you. You a slave to the British.
Look at your head.
Hey, you a slave to the British.
Look at your head.
Look at your dirty ass shoes though. You need
that's all you do.
You a bomb.
You take a dick up your ass to get clothes to get
look at
nice
the shoes, fucking bomb ass Caribbean coolie ass
motherfucker. You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
You a bomb.
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
You a bomb.
You take a dick up your ass.
Motherfucker. What you gonna do, motherfucker? What you gonna do, fucking coolie ass fucking Caribbean motherfucker? What you gonna do?
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
What you gonna do, fucking coolie ass Caribbean motherfucker?
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe. You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
What you gonna do, fucking
coolie ass? You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do shit,
ass to get a nice shoe. You take a
that's
dick
why ice. That's why ice and shit.
To get a nice shoe.
If I see you with shit,
you take a dick up your ass.
If I see you, I'm gonna beat you. If I see you, man, I better not see a coolie ass motherfucker.
Yeah, you take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
Man, you better get the fuck out.
Come on in. Go in there, you take a dick up your ass to get the
nice shoe. You fucking coolie ass motherfucker.
That's why
your motherfucker getting deported, motherfucker. That's why coolie ass Korean motherfucker getting deported, motherfucker.
That is why your head is bald. That is why your head is bald.
And that's why you a bomb. You got dirty ass fucking.
That is why.
Take a shower, fucking dirty ass motherfucker.
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
Coolie ass Caribbean motherfucker.
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice
shoe.
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
We gonna do, motherfucker.
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
You got that shit to say about
Black
America.
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe. You take a dick up your ass to get a nice shoe.
We gotta do.
You
a dirty ass bomb Caribbean motherfucker.
You become a faggot to get a nice shoe.
You a faggot for Coolie ass
bomb motherfucker. To get a nice shoe.
That's why ice won't deport you, motherfucker.
You become a faggot to get a nice shoe.
That's why ice won't deport you, motherfucker.
You want a Nike? Take a dick up your ass to get a nice
shoe. Coolie ass motherfucker.
You want a Nike? Take a dick up your ass to get a nice.
You can say the same shit for Coolie ass bomb ass motherfucker.
You wanted a Nike? Take a dick up your ass to get a Nike. You took a dick up your ass to get a Nike.
You talk about that, you fucking faggot ass fucking Coolie ass motherfucker. And now you a dirty ass bomb ass Caribbean motherfucker. Look at your fucking dirty ass, you fucking bomb ass motherfucker. You the one's homeless fucking dirty ass Caribbean motherfucker. Fucking dirty ass Caribbean coolie ass motherfucker.
You take a dick up your ass to get
That's why you gotta say the same shit.
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice sneaker.
Take the movie fucking coolie ass
You
Caribbean
take
motherfucker.
a dick up your ass to get a nice sneaker.
Yeah, so you gotta
You
say.
take a dick up your ass to get a nice sneaker.
Go take your ass back to
You take a dick up your ass to get a nice
Go take
sneaker.
that Barbados fucking
You
coolie ass
take a dick
motherfucker.
up your ass to get a nice sneaker.
Saying the same shit over
You
again.
take a dick up your ass to get a nice sneaker.
Bust a move then.
You take a dick up your ass to
Bust a
get a
move
nice
fucking Caribbean
sneaker.
ass motherfucker.
You take a dick up.
He just kept repeating the same old gay ass shit.
Okay, so yeah, so that was the video. You can take it down.
Okay. Go
Yeah, so that was the video. It sparked a heated conversation.
Yeah.
So initially when I saw this, and now y'all know my take on FBA. You know, I ain't a big fan of FBA. I'm just not. I don't understand the.
You belong to the lineage though.
My lineage. See, you know, again, I don't want to get in that conversation. But
doesn't want to be qualified for everything. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, that's not my gripe. You know what I'm saying? That's not my gripe at all with FBA.
Go ahead.
Well, when I initially saw the video, when this broke out and you know everybody was in an uproar, I was highly disappointed in this dude. I was like, man, like what are we doing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is a homeless person. If I had to guess or had to assume, I would say that he had some type of mental incapabilities as far as like his foundation. I don't know, but I was highly upset. So, you know, the conversations were being had, you know, talking about FBA being a cult and you know, this is the next level of a rhetoric, and it's going, you know, you're going to start seeing more incidents of this and this, that, and the third. So I'm going to share one more thing. You can take that down, Jesse. I'm going to share one more thing. And this is just a picture that I'm going to share.
Stop sharing because I removed
Yeah, I stopped sharing it. So this is a picture here that I want to, you might as well stop. You're not getting down. This is a picture I want to share. I got it in the back now. So
Kibbles in the bed.
Not this time of night, you don't. So this is the.
Yeah, go ahead, my man. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the sign. You notice he had a sign in his hand.
Yeah.
As they were walking initially, this is the sign that he had in his hand.
Have been re-enslaved.
Now it's obstructed by, because you don't get the full sign. But you know, if we had to use common sense, it could say a couple of things. Obviously, at the top it say white. You can see that.
Yeah.
So it could possibly say white people, or why haven't you re-enslaved the African American, the Latino, et cetera, et cetera. Now that will obviously change my perspective on what I feel about the situation, because now you're differentiating between Black Americans and yourself, obviously. So yeah, right. You delineate. That's the exact word, delineate. From a social level that you feel as though maybe, like I said, all speculation.
Yeah.
But maybe you feel as though that you may be of a higher social standard than Black America, even though you are a homeless person in Los Angeles with a sign saying that not only Black Americans but Latinos should be quote unquote re-enslaved. So that obviously changed my perspective on that.
Yeah, he's one of them coolies too. Remember, he kept calling him a coolie. And now,
yeah, so right, and you know, we don't have the full context. Yeah. All we have is the footage and the sign, right?
Yeah.
a lot of stuff that Tariq said in that video you just played again. Y'all know my stance on Tariq. You can't second guess a lot of the things that he was saying in that video, based on the fact that we understand from a nationalistic standpoint who we are as people in America. Right. That's just a fact. Right. Now I disagree with a lot of the socials.
Max in the building, Max 25. Salute.
Hey man, what's going on with you? Welcome.
A foreign-born.
Yeah, we got MD20 with us in the house, and MD. Not getting off topic, brother, but you called into Shabaka's experience enhanced a few times, I'm sure.
At everything, like
he kept calling us
no matter what you said. I don't know how the conversation started, but just to refer to us as slaves, that's why they think all over the world that Black Americans are slaves.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, hell, in the right environment, it would have called for a pop in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? In the right environment.
Right.
You know what I mean? I obviously I don't give a damn who you are. Obviously, this person was of an older age. You know what I mean? We don't know the circumstances in which he fell under. We don't know none of that. Yeah. But in the right environment, you know what I'm saying? Like you probably wouldn't have been walking out of there under your own volition.
Yeah, but this ain't
you know what I'm saying?
This ain't the first time that we've seen a black.
The LA County Hospital is less than 2 miles away from Union Station.
We've seen numerous videos like that where foreign-born Black people, start looking down upon us, calling us slaves, or we're slaves, or we've been enslaved, or we're still enslaved, or things like that. That shit gets old, no matter how old you get. It's almost just as bad as calling someone the hard N with R.
He said peace to the fam.
He goes along them lines. Someone's going to call those words anyway, any day.
He's shouting MD.
Yeah. Shout out to Mike 285. So hey, I agree with everything y'all saying, man. My whole position when it came to FBA, was not necessarily about anything toward delineation from a legislative front. Y'all know me. Y'all know I like to deal in legalese and you know what I'm saying, constitutionality, stuff like that. Yeah. I don't too much play into that social stuff. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. My gripe with FBA has always been pointing out the clear contradictions. I give you an example. That video that Tariq was just on.
Yeah, about the Black National Anthem.
Right. Everything about that I agree with 100%.
Okay.
But when we talk about, and you know this, Jesse and Lady Che, when we talk about racism and white supremacy as it pertains to the social aspect of why we are in a position that we are in, knowing that it placates off a falsehood of race, that's just a fact.
Yep.
You talking about the construct of race.
Right, correct.
But who invented that? It wasn't us.
Correct. We didn't invent it. So my whole idea is how can I use a delineation factor to identify a specific group of people, which is the freedmen, Foundation of Black America.
Yes, sir.
Then turn around and identify another social factor in which we call racism, white supremacy. We understand that we must delineate out of that black group, right? Mm-hmm. But we then turn around and identify the totality of white supremacy as it stands with all people. So we it's almost like we given a false narrative in terms of the race issue to understand who we are, but also understand the entire group of people that don't necessarily have that same sense of delineation. You know what I'm saying?
But they
So
do.
so
That's the thing, MD. We got like delineation is something new. We just the
no,
only ones that haven't been practicing it. These
I
other they
I agree.
practicing it.
I agree. But the thing is, what we call racism, white supremacy, that form of it's like reverse delineation. Because what we call racism, white supremacy, it is a system in which various different ethnic groups
Correct.
were able to come here and basically renounce their ethnic identifiers to be all encompassing in racism, white supremacy.
Yeah, into
And
white
then we turn around,
Into being an American.
into whiteness though.
yeah, into whiteness. Ain't no other thing they can get into. But what I'm saying is the fights that we use, and I agree with delineation 100%.
Okay.
But the fights that we use is total contradictory toward racism, white supremacy. Now, what do I mean by that? Meaning, if we're going to use delineation as a front line per se in this fight for reparations, we also must obliterate all sense of any type of racial identifier, because that doesn't fit the narrative that we trying to create.
That's
You know what I'm saying?
the thing, MD. You said we're the freedmen, so we're the
Correct.
same ethnic group.
Correct.
It has nothing to do with race per se. We're a distinct ethnic group that just so happens to be under the race category of black. But we're more focused on our lineage than our race in order to get our reparations. That's why there's the delineation. Because we
I agree with that. I agree 100%.
But
we can't then turn around and be quiet. But we can't then turn around and use a different principle for a different fight. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But like, it ain't no big deal. It ain't no big deal, because I can work with FBA as long as it's going toward the commonality of reparations. I don't give a damn.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
The reason for it is the reparations. Well, initially, let me rephrase it. That was initially the reason for it. Now the reason for it is we're tired of these other groups dumping their trash on us. We're tired of it and trying to use our creations as community property. So we gatekeep our creations.
Yeah, no doubt. I like I said, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. But my whole thing is, like I said again, that now with stuff like this being put into the forefront, whether it's in good faith or not, stuff like this get put in the forefront, and now a certain stigma starts to encapsulate that whole FBA movement. Again, when I initially saw this, I was ready to tee off on FBA. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was ready to tee off on. I was like, see, this is what I'm talking about. That shit is a cult. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that from the sense of, but when I initially saw that video, I said, no, I can't fuck with that. I can't do it. But I got more content.
Okay.
And now the conversation can be had as far as who's creating the narrative. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of black Democrats that'll create a narrative based on this situation.
Yeah.
You got some Pan-Africanists that'll create a narrative based off this situation. You got some FBA sympathizers that'll defend a narrative based off this situation, so on and so forth. Now you're about to see another level of conversation about to be had in terms of what people feel socially about delineation per se. If you thought it was a thing of xenophobia that people try to dictate as far as the narrative, it's about to get worse. Is what I'm telling you. It's about to get worse. So we gonna have to see. You got the damn towel. You gonna have to see. You gonna have to see what. I got to go hurry up and get him in a minute. But you're gonna have to see how this all gonna plays out. And I think that's where the conversation has to start. How can we further elaborate our position without being a magnet toward a lot of these other groups that are putting the group entirely in a bad light. I think that's the next conversation. And I'm gonna just be honest with you. The stuff that Tariq talk about, it ain't helping. It just ain't. You know what I'm saying? Because we have to have a conversation that's based in reason and logic.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna sit up here and defend myself on the grounds of talking about quote unquote tethers and trying to justify my reality as it pertains to me being I'm not doing it. Right. Because I got clear documents, clear repudiation in terms of who I am ethically as an American citizen. I'm not going to sit up here and try to babble my way through it and at the expense of other people. I'm not going to do that. I just can't do it. But again, I'm not saying that you can't, that somebody else can't. I'm not doing it.
Are you saying that? Do you think that all immigrants are tethers?
No.
Okay.
But what I'm telling you is, people that's outside of the narrative believe that we think that all immigrants are tethers.
No.
That's no. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm not looking at it from the perspective of me and you.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it at the perspective of how the society views what's going on. Okay. Like I said, bro, you ain't fighting the government per se or the establishment as a whole. You fighting the people that are outlets of said establishment or society, like your roly polies, like you know what I'm saying, like your Joy and Reed. You gotta make a substantial effort to undermine their position. Yeah. What I'm saying is, you don't do that by demeaning other people. I don't need to demean anybody. Well, I need. Go ahead.
We have a thing called the dozens, and everybody that's on this call know exactly what I'm talking about. We have a culture of roasting each other, and the tethers, those of foreign origin, they get too sensitive about the shit. Like, they can't take a joke. They can't stand that we're clapping back against them because they thought, oh, we're all $5 Africans. We're all Africans in the struggle. And now that that's not working no more, they don't know what to do.
I have a different take, completely different take on this whole thing. Like, I agree with DMD, right? At least in the last, excuse me. That was a lot of work right there. At least in the last couple of days, I necessarily haven't been on the same, following same thought process as Tariq. Only for just a couple of basic things. And I kind of agree with you on certain things, what you said. I thought that, initially when it goes along with tangibles, changing the language, basically we were gonna be put into these little pockets or
broad ambiguous
terms and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. I thought that was very important. And that's really what we were starting on as far as the Black agenda, which then led to, obviously reparations, that we have been working on so hard, for this. I think that the thing is that when you look at we're fighting racism, white supremacy ultimately every day. The thing is, like, with other racial groups, such as like in specific cases like Hispanic people, white people, Asian people. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Asian people, any of those buffer races or actual races and whatnot. Mm-hmm. When we look at things like that, we're seeing that nothing has ever been reciprocated. Like, they could be they constantly are hijacking things that we do, but none of that. But when we need them, they're never available. They don't care about us. They don't give a fuck about us. All these things were meant to benefit them, which were all these rules are supposed to, all these uh statutes, laws, amendments, bills, all that stuff was supposed to be, to have order, but yet there wasn't. During this last election cycle, we pretty much had kind of tapped out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as we tapped out, certain things like for us, we didn't really give a fuck about Democrats. They lost. You know what I mean? It just kept going on and on and on. And then just recently, in the last little bit since that, you've seen a lot of these political protests and whatnot, and you haven't seen any black people in it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, any American black people in it, anyway. For the simple fact that we're just staying out of it. It don't involve us. We should just mind our own business because we've been holding in.
But is that the right thing to do, though, Lady J? I would argue it's not.
I would say yes, it is because
I would say let me finish.
Go ahead.
I would say honestly, there really isn't anything tangible for us to get involved in currently.
Well, it won't be anything tangible for you to be involved in once they politically erase you off the map, which Trump is doing right now as we speak.
You're absolutely correct, but what I'll say this is that look, we knew this was gonna happen. Seriously, we have been watching for almost a year and a half of rallies from both sides. We heard everything. We knew it was gonna happen. We knew it was gonna be utter chaos, and now we're watching it. And in reality, none of this shit for people to live on the bottom, like myself, with all these food stamps, housing, all that stuff. That's never been a guarantee to me.
So let me ask you this, Lady J, because that's a compelling point. I'm not, that's a compelling point.
Yeah.
But it with all the disdain that we have with the Democratic Party, which we do, and that'll be the main topic of my discussion on Thursday, is the Democratic Party. Point blank, period. We clearly got a disdain for the Democratic Party, which is relevant.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, in regards to all the things that we fight for as freedmen, Black Americans, the delineation of specific tangible legislation.
Yes.
If our very history is being erased by the federal government,
I don't see how
our very institutions are being ostracized from not only the executive positions in America, now the public institutions, now even the military. Remember last week a story came out where when Pete Hegseth got in, it was the Black Engineer Awards that the military goes to annually. They pulled out.
Oh yeah.
So we're being erased.
Absolutely.
Like from the very foundation, the fabric of America. If you don't have that, what is it to delineate from? There ain't gonna be nothing left.
How can we be being erased though if we're being acknowledged at the same time?
These are like
how are we being acknowledged?
Because they're not.
When Trump.
Good thing you bring that up. Hold on, real quick. Let me get this thought out real fast because right before you go there, Jesse, it's right to that point. I had this thought like right now. You seen them. If you read like newspaper, you see it on the internet. They talk about reparations, and you look at you see all the people all the foreign countries over there holding their own nuts going for reparations too. All at the same time. HB 40, motherfucking nothing burger, the California thing, all at the same time, right? That, in my opinion, this kind of don't follow me down the black hallway. In my opinion, I think this is because we've been sitting it out chilling, just watching it like, laughing and giggling. Then these motherfuckers are like, hey, look, we kind of need you black people, but we're going to talk about black things right now to get your attention. We're going to talk about things that really matter to you, but we're just going to talk and chatter about it and for about a week, get you on board again to fuck with your mind, get you distracted, so you're not thinking about reparations as per usual. Because that's not what they ain't talking about really what we need. All these things that they're talking about right now going on in the government. God damn, man. Think about it like this. If we didn't have them, they never let black people have anything. Now we got here, we got a little bit of something. we get a little comfortable, forgot that they never really let us have shit. So if they take it away, it can't be a total motherfucking loss because we weren't supposed to have it. They never wanted us to have it. We can't build. We got to start from the bottom again, build up, and build back down.
So what Lady Chair talking about is total recall.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that narrative. I don't agree with it, but I understand the narrative.
I was just saying, follow me down the highway of conspiracy theory.
Okay,
it's fine. It's fine.
Let's get back to the acknowledgement part, though. So Trump, when he was planning on ending the birthright citizenship, he said that this is for the children of slaves. Who was that pertaining to?
I agree with. I just did a whole show on that, bro. I agree with you 100%. But it also says naturalization.
Well, naturalization came later, and that was for the Europeans. The Europeans was being nationalized. They wasn't letting in immigrant groups from anywhere non-European.
I agree with you, but here's the thing. Again, the Constitution is a living document.
So they say,
as it pertains to the original language of the amendments, the social ebbs and flows, right?
Yeah,
I agree with you 100%. We were naturalized. Now check this out. I'm finna go deep.
Okay.
We were naturalized by way of the 13th Amendment.
Yeah.
That naturalized emancipated people.
Okay.
It naturalized us into United States citizenry. Now, my argument would be based on the fact that we were brought here and made as commodities,
right?
And also had, even though little representation, it was some representation through the 3/5 compromise. We were citizens on day one. That's my argument.
Okay.
But if I'm gonna play the Constitution game, by way of the 13th Amendment, through our emancipation, that naturalized us as United States citizens.
Okay, but I got a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay, but when did we, as a people, on a collective basis, petition the U.S. government to be citizens here? Because we did a show on that on Shabaka's Black Experience. How long ago was that, Brother Che? About 3 years ago, I think.
Yeah, about 3-4 years ago now. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, that's all I want to know. Because they took our patents and that pretty much built America. You're right on that there, Mac 285. I agree with you on that. But when did we, on a collective basis, go to the U.S. government and say, oh, we want to be U.S. citizens?
I think it was around the time of Reconstruction, Shabaki.
Okay, but
I would argue. This would be my opinion on that question. I would say we never.
We never did because.
I don't think we never did it because the reason I say we never did it because we always had, especially from generations on, prior to when the original slaves set foot. We always had I guess you would say a mindset of being American, because we at that point all the cultural aspects of who we are and that shit was gone.
Yeah,
it was taken away. So we were a people with no nation. Now
that's what we.
Now again, you also had a particular movement that agreed with Lincoln initially. They agreed initially with the repatriation movement with Liberia. You had a group of those.
Yeah.
So, but again, that goes with choice as it pertains to what our likelihood was becoming United States citizens.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Tariq was saying something about there was movements to get the 13th and 14th and 15th amendments. So that took some kind of social pressure on the politicians at the time to get that stuff passed.
Yeah, the radical Republicans were a super majority in the Congress at that time. Now remember, after Lincoln was assassinated, Andrew Johnson's goal was to rescind all Reconstruction legislation. He was about to get rid of everything. But because the radical Republicans had super majority,
yeah.
Once Andrew Johnson vetoed, he vetoed the Civil Rights Act. He vetoed the Freedmen's Bureau Act. He vetoed all that. But the way it goes in Congress, if you have a super majority in Congress, you can supersede that veto. So that's what they did. They said, "The hell with you, Andrew Johnson. We got a super majority, so we have the political leverage." So after that, they did the Civil Rights Act, 1866. The 13th Amendment was passed first.
Still ain't honored that treaty either from the 1866 treaty, but that was with the so-called Native Americans.
Yeah, I ain't worried about that shit. But I'm talking about him. So the first thing was the 13th Amendment. That was the first thing. Yeah. That was getting rid of slavery per se. Unless it was with we know the history with that.
Yeah.
That was the first thing, 13th Amendment. Then came the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
Yeah.
And the Civil Rights Act of 1866, that was the original language of birthright citizenship, where it was clear in the Civil Rights Act of 1866 that any people born or naturalized in the United States that wasn't subject to a foreign power. That's a verbatim. What does it mean to be subject to a foreign power? In the debates, they talked about it. They said if you're a foreigner, if you're an alien, or if you're here on dignitary diplomatic duties. Like so let's say if you were I'm the Wakandan ambassador to the United States, and I live in the United States, but I live at the Wakanda consulate, right? I'm not no United States citizen.
I'm gonna share my screen, MD.
Okay, go ahead. Let me get rid of this. So let's say, okay, I'm the Wakanda ambassador to the United States. I live at the consulate in, let's say, New York City. My whole family is over here. My wife is pregnant. My wife has the baby at the hospital in New York City. Is that baby a United States citizen? No.
No.
Because I'm a foreign dignitary.
Yeah.
Even though my child was born here, that child is not a United States citizen.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? The same applies to anybody that's foreign, that's not subject to a foreign power. Now, let's say I'm a
change in like 1898, which allowed for the Tater anchor babies to come.
Well, you're talking about the Naturalization Act. Ultimately, the Naturalization Act was ratified in 1924, I believe.
Okay.
That's when you start seeing the influx of people from like Ellis Island. Well, Ellis Island stuff. Remember, it was no such thing as quote unquote naturalization.
No.
Them damn Italians and they were just getting off the boat.
Yep.
And waving to the Statue of Liberty and going about their merry way.
Well, that's where the poor ones went. The poor ones went to Ellis Island. The rich ones went to Brooklyn. Right.
And then you had the Naturalization Act of 1924. Because remember, before that, it was a quota system. It was a certain amount. It was a certain amount of people from every country that could come. It was a high amount from the European countries, and it was a very, very small amount from like Asian and African countries.
Yeah.
The Naturalization Act was supposed to broaden that. It really didn't do it until the Immigration Act of 1960. 1960. Was it 1965?
Yep, 1965. Yep, the
immigration. And that's when the floodgates opened. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
For every damn body.
That's when all the damn tethers started flowing in.
Right. But again, in terms of the little immigration that was going on prior.
Yeah, it wasn't large numbers of.
No, it wasn't large numbers at all. Like you said, you had a small group of Jamaicans that were coming into New York, and actually, there's a story.
Boys.
Right. Actually, there was a story, in Brooklyn, it was a small group of Jamaicans that came to Brooklyn, and they called what they had block. It was called blockbusting. What they were doing was the whites were selling to the Jamaicans, and the Jamaicans was buying up blocks of land, and being discriminatory against Black Americans in New York.
I remember reading about it. Yeah.
So that there's calls for everything that we say in terms of I just do. That's a damn show. That's a damn show.
So on my screen, I got the Civil Rights Act of 1866. Like you stated already, the first federal law in the United States to define citizenship and guarantee equal protection under the law.
Okay, hold on a second. Go ahead.
Of the American Civil War to protect the rights of the formerly enslaved people. Go ahead, Shabaki.
Okay, now keep in mind, we did not get no equal protection under the law at that time.
You're right. We didn't, because the federal government screwed us over, and that's why we talk about reparations. See, again, my thing with reparations ain't got nothing to do with, a lot of people make the argument, oh, we deserve reparations for lost wages or hell, even going past Reconstruction, redlining, Jim Crow. I don't look at reparations that way.
Okay.
I look at reparations as the letter of the law. There's specific legislation that was passed that the federal government reneged on.
Yep.
I want my reparations based off of that. I don't give a damn. Look, redlining happened, Jim Crow happened, all this stuff happened. Cool. I don't want the reparations for that. Right. I want reparations based on the Freedmen's Bureau Act, which clearly says that I was supposed to get 40 acres and a mule.
Right.
And y'all didn't do it.
And $100.
Hey, there you go. Give me my reparations based off that. Y'all wrote that into law.
Right. And you did not honor that.
There you go. There you go.
So, Shabaka, I just realized there was more to read. So it said, what did the act do? Establish that all people born in the United States were citizens. Oh, we're going to have to look deeper into that one. Establish that all. So
that again, you can't go just skin deep. You gotta go into the debates that Senator Trimble, Stevenson, all these. You got to go into. They talked about this stuff. They didn't just write the law and that was it.
No, they did.
They talked about it before they wrote the law. The law. Right. Go ahead.
The right to own property, make contracts, and sue in court. Well, prior to this, we were the only ones that were not allowed to own property because we were deemed property.
Right.
And we could have contracts. We could be used as contracts. We could be used as collateral. We could be used.
Right. Yeah. We said that on Shabaka's Black Experience. You could be mortgaged,
leased out.
Yep.
And we couldn't sue in court.
Right. Yeah. And even with that, they reneged on that part of the deal based on Jim Crow.
Yep.
You had the Civil Rights Act of 1965 to if you go and read the Civil Rights Act of 1965, it clearly says that this law was enacted to enforce the Civil Rights Act of 1866.
Right.
so
it gave the federal government the power to define and enforce constitutional rights, because at that time the antebellum South was not trying to comply with what the federal government was putting down with the end of slavery. They did not want to give up their slaves. And then, in fact, these must got reparations for their slaves that they lost. But they did not want to give up. They kept saying state rights trump federal rights, state rights, state rights.
We was talking with that dumbass Sarge about a few weeks back, Brother Chip.
Yeah. And then it established the federal courts as a primary way to enforce constitutional rights and provided for punishment of people who violated the law.
And there you go. See, that you know, that goes to a point where, you know, and I had this conversation last Tuesday with my brother Van Cat and Mike over there at TFP.
Oh yeah,
on another channel. You know, we were talking about King and Malcolm X, and I don't want to say that they were trying to downplay what King did, but it's a notion that King was only trying to get the opportunity to eat what white folks ate at. It wasn't about that. It was about this, what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, he wanted them to live up to the ideals that they had initially put in place.
There you go. There you go. You're absolutely correct, Jesse. So when we talk about civil rights don't equate to just being able to do what other people are doing. No. Civil rights is something that's inherent. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why Dr. Claude Anderson said, "Who is civil? And can you point me to civil? Who is civil in this country?" It was about human rights. We didn't want to be above anybody, but we were not going to be at the bottom any longer. No,
right.
You treat us with equality. You're going to treat us like you treat everybody else. But no, in this country, if you're black, you're bad. You get the hell back. If you're brown, you stick around. If you're white, you right. And if you're yellow, you mellow. And
that's why we need to get rid of all that shit. If you ask me. You know what I mean? Only in this dystopian reality that we live in.
Right.
That you can have a specific group and call them black, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you turn around and have another group and call them brown, and they encompass the whole world.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You got niggas that they try to say, okay, you quote unquote from Africa, so y'all black.
Mm-hmm.
But then you can have brown. Brown folk can be from Mexico,
yep,
from India,
mm-hmm,
from damn Cambodia,
yep,
from the damn Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
Like, what the hell is that? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But here I am, my lonely ass is black.
Right.
It's the craziest shit that, like, you can't justify no shit like that. That's why I say get rid of all racial identifier. Just get rid of the shit.
And just stick to nationality.
Stick to nationality and I would say ethnic identifier.
Okay.
Because your ethnic identifier is all encompassing to culture, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I say just stick to that. I mean, nationality. Even with nationality, if you look at a lot of the African countries, you can't go off nationality. They don't go off nationality. They go by tribe. You know what I'm saying? You go to a lot of countries in the Middle East. They don't go by nationality. They go by tribe. If you go to Iraq, you got the damn Kurds. You got the Persians.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You go to Serbia. You can't even go off nationality because hell, that's made up too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So again, ethnic identifiers. We create our own culture, our own mores, our own guidelines of how we do shit.
Yeah.
Just go off of that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I can dig it. All right.
And it's as simple as that.
I'm gonna move us along though, because we got a lot of topics to get to today.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, I'm gonna jump off, man. Hey, I appreciate y'all having me on tonight, man. Like I said, I'm up tonight. I ain't really, you know what I'm saying?
You had time today.
Yeah. I was at home, so anytime I can get a chance, usually I'm on the road, so I be sleep, man. But yeah, hey, anytime I'm up, man, and I can come on with y'all, I jump on.
Okay, we appreciate you.
But yeah,
hey, be good, Jesse. Don't give him too much hell.
Oh no, his name ain't Jesse. I actually named him Tessa.
Oh, Tessa.
The girl?
No, it's a boy. I didn't name him after the car though. I named him after the actual person. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, it's all good.
Like, huh?
Oh man.
Yeah, it's all good. Hey, thank you, Shabaka, man. Hey, I invite y'all to come over Thursday, 8:30 over at MD20 channel.
Definitely, we got our emails. Just email me.
Yeah. I'll probably shoot you a message on Facebook.
Welcome.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now look at I'm talking about welcome back to FBA.
Welcome back. Yep.
goddamn
Welcome back.
1985.
Welcome back.
Hey, all right, man. Hey, I'm gonna be listening in, man. I'll catch up with y'all when I catch up.
All right, appreciate you,
Man,
MD.
and
Have
I'm
a
All right.
trying to listen to them
Peace.
damn Google cars, man.
I got you.
Not the damn Google
Just
car,
go get him
Shabaki.
one, man. Be smarter than the car.
Them things is dangerous, man.
I would never get
God.
in nothing that don't got no passenger, no driver.
Right.
I would just be like, yeah, that ain't for me.
Your ride just arrived, ladies.
That's like going to jail. Like I just
There's
asked you to go to
nobody in
jail.
it.
Oh, but you ain't got no driver. What is this? It's a ghost
All right,
car.
so the Democrats
Cool.
are so desperate, y'all.
I'm so good.
It's so pathetic at this point. So they think
Hey,
like
Ayanna
Trump,
Pressley.
HR 40,
Mm-hmm.
a commission to study, a proposal to study reparations.
I feel like this is just to get her.
Man, they had that shit up there for the last 45 goddamn years, man. What's more to study, man?
What year did Conyers? I thought it was 38, Shabaka. What year did Conyers introduce this to the Congress?
1980.
Damn.
That's
Yeah, that's
44.
45
Reagan's
years.
first term?
Oh my God.
I thought it was a second term.
No, he introduced it in
So it's the
1984.
same age
Wait a
as
minute.
Lady K.
The year of my birth.
1985, I believe. No, 1980.
Yeah, that's 45 years. Damn, Shabaki.
Yeah, I was
Okay, so
younger
for
than you.
yeah. Yeah.
The year that I came into grace.
Yep, the same year Lady Che was born. When we were blessed with this star seed. Now, HR 40
Yeah.
is a nothing burger. If the Democrats think that they're gonna trot this shit back out and we're gonna go back to the Democratic plantation.
And me personally, with you having a Republican Congress, man, I doubt if they even let her get on the floor and introduce it.
I'm telling you, man.
Even with the Democratic
man, just like
Oh, goddamn U.S. Congress is a bunch of fucking ass reptilian Republican racist white supremacist motherfuckers. As soon as that come up there to introduce her, they're gonna go through all kind of bullshit so she can't make the presentation. And then watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. Then when they do allow her to make the presentation,
30 years.
50% of them motherfuckers are gonna be absent.
4 years. 44 years.
They haven't controlled the House and the
It
Senate.
don't even fucking matter, man. What the fuck happened the last 3 years of work we did?
They controlled the House and the Senate for the first term.
Like this is a bullshit for the jump.
For the first half of the first term.
Let's not get excited, black people. This is just them trying to get our attention. Like in my mind, because we weren't paying attention to any of their bullshit on any level.
Now we already kicked HR 40 out the box in 2020. Yeah. So the audacity of them to try to bring this shit up again, it's just an insult to all of our intelligence.
The epic Nazi era, the golden age.
Oh my God. I don't know if I want to play the Afro. I should play the Afro Elite.
No.
Or the Uncle Phil. I was going to play the whole speech, but it's 50 minutes, Shabaka. Do you want to hear the whole speech or no?
No, because I know where it's going. She's going to make a speech, man. And then the only thing is you're going to see perhaps most of them motherfuckers there in the Congress if she's addressing them and talking about the goddamn Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious.
I believe it.
Yeah, I believe
they are not going to give her no honest, bona fide attention.
Bet. Let's go to
you might as well keep Ben Carson up there to introduce the shit again. Oh, that's right. They kicked that motherfucker out of the regime. Yeah. Yeah, maybe that motherfucker's prescribing himself some more meds.
Shout out to Afro Elite. He got the
price of freedom is set.
I'm gonna be here for 2 hours.
I'm not gonna play no 2 hours. I'm gonna skip
Black maternal mortality, which is the fact that Black women are 3 or 4 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth than other women.
Kamala, go wash you some greens in the bathtub.
I know you guys are bored and you guys are tired of listening to her. Every single time I look at one of these clips, it just reminds me of how glad I am.
Rosa sat, Martin marched, and John crossed a bridge, and we were free. But we are still.
Let's get to the cash. Let's get to the
Where is your hair?
Policy that is fundamentally about repairing harm and building a more just America. Whether you are in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Trenton, New Jersey, or Mattapan in the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District. This is about ensuring that every person has a fair chance at the American dream. Now, I know some like to think that Rosa sat, Martin marched, and John crossed a bridge, and we were free. But we are still very much in the civil rights movement. Every day, the progress that we have fought for, the gains that have been made, are under assault and being rolled back. Donald Trump and his co-president Elon Musk and their enablers in Congress and the courts are working overtime to strip away our rights, from guiding affirmative action, to dismantling voting rights, to attacking diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that have been.
See, okay. Don't tie us into none of that. Don't do that. Don't do that, Ayanna. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. So now our reparations, yeah, they taking away affirmative action. And then affirmative action been gone for a couple years, and it left under whose administration? Whose administration did it go under? Whose administration did? Oh yeah, that was the Biden administration. Okay, okay, I forgot about that. So under the Biden administration, affirmative action was gone. Okay, was gutted. How many black people have been complaining about the end of affirmative action? Because the only people I've seen complain about the end of affirmative action are Asians. Those are the only people I've seen like, hey, yeah, we kind of need that affirmative action back. The only people you've seen complain about the end of affirmative action or the overturn of affirmative action, which was not by Trump, which was by the Supreme Court under Biden, even though the Supreme Court is majority conservative, we're going to be honest about that, are Asians.
Yeah.
Not black people. As a matter of fact, black people actually benefited from the end of affirmative action.
We covered it on the front line.
Voting rights. He's trying to strip away our voting rights. What voting rights? I said this before. Black people have been able to vote since I was alive. Ever since I was alive, black people have been able to vote. When my parents turned 18, they were able to vote.
Yeah,
my grandmother was able to damn vote. All of the we've been able to vote. Voting now, I will say there might be some obstacles that maybe in like some deep South, Mississippi, Louisiana area where they try to do some zoning or whatever the case is to make obstacles for voting. But voting clearly throughout majority of the country has gotten much easier. Voting has only gotten much easier. Okay. I'm able to it's easier to register to vote. It's easier to go to a voting booth. They got more people working at the voting booth. We've been able to vote. What specific voting right is being taken away from us?
Right.
I've yet to see that. I've yet to see Trump in specific try to pull that back. When they talk about voting rights, they're not talking about me. They're not talking about you. They're talking about illegals who shouldn't have the right to vote anyway. That's who they're talking about. But they want to tie voting rights, their voting rights, illegal voting rights, to us because they know we are the people who fought for voting rights. So they understand that when they say voting rights, they understand the historical context of the fight and the struggle for voting rights is tied to the civil rights movement. So they understand that when you hear they're taking away voting rights, you think of Dr. King and you think of the civil rights movement. So you think that this is a black issue. Ain't no black issue. It's not. This is about illegal immigrants who y'all want to vote because we tuning out.
Yep.
And y'all want to replace us with them. That's who this is about. We ain't tripping on no voting rights. Give us a reason to vote, because y'all sitting up there sitting on the reparations. We got majority of the Democrats, okay, a super majority in California, and y'all can't get no reparations done. What are we voting for y'all for anyway?
Right.
Let's be honest about that. What are we voting for y'all for anyway? The two things that we say we want, y'all don't do. What are we voting for y'all? Because ain't none of y'all advocating for reparations. Ain't none of y'all really advocating for it. Ain't none of y'all advocating for anti-black hate crime law. So what are we voting for y'all anyway? Well, y'all want to talk about some voting rights that we ain't losing. That's getting taken away from illegal immigrants who should not have the right anyway.
Yeah.
And then DEI. Lord have mercy. Don't get me started on some DEI, which benefited mostly white LGBT folk.
That part.
But they keep making it seem like this is stuff with us. So they're making it seem like we need reparations now because look at how bad Trump is. Trump. Well, when Biden was in office, where was your ass? Why didn't you try to reintroduce HR 40? If HR 40 was really legit, why didn't you try to reintroduce HR 40 when Biden was in office? Or why didn't y'all try to say something to Kamala when she was running?
Right.
Y'all just backed her blindly.
Actually,
You
why
and the
didn't
rest
they
of the
say nothing
Congressional
to that
Black Caucus
motherfucker
just
when she was the
backed her
vice
blindly?
president? Because
Why
she
didn't
could
y'all
have
say,
introduced it
hey,
into the
we
Senate.
want you to sign an executive order to
Right.
sign HR 40 and to put it into commission? Ain't none of y'all proposed that. None of y'all. Y'all just backed her blindly, and y'all didn't say the word reparations one time because you knew it was dragging her because she doesn't support it, and y'all know she don't support it, and y'all cool with her not supporting it because y'all don't support it.
Yep.
That's the truth.
All she supports is a bullshit ass study.
We cooking. Let's go. Come on with it.
And it's the Black folks and everyone who calls this country home. I think it's really important in these times that we call a thing a thing. We're in a moment of anti-Blackness on steroids, and we refuse to be silent. We will not back down in our pursuit of racial justice. And while we do the work of resistance and blunting the many harms of this hostile anti-Black administration, it's imperative that we continue advancing an affirmative gender for Black America and building momentum toward this
Black hatred. Lady, get your goddamn mind right.
Continue to uphold an unjust status quo, or we can work actively to disrupt it. We can allow our history to be erased, or we can actively engage in truth-telling. We can and we must confront our past and take meaningful steps to repair the harm that has been done. HR 40 is an opportunity to do exactly that. And now I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Erica Lee Carter.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Before we let the other person speak, we're going to get to some of the super chats in the chat room real quick. Let's get to some of the super chats. Antithesis says, cut the damn check. Stop playing with us and cut the check. Absolutely. Thank you, brother. Detroit 313 says, meanwhile, Jasmine Crockett and Ayanna Pressley has $7 million in their bank accounts while they're letting Black Americans starve. They're getting bigger, more bigger, and greed. Exactly. That's 100% the truth. They good, they straight, and they pretend to advocate for us. We hungry, and they sit up there and they'll get on the podium, they'll get in the stand. Oh, they show out when the camera's on. Oh, don't they? Don't they show out when the damn camera's on? When the camera's on, they be showing out and they be acting like they care about us, but they really don't. And thank you for that, Detroit. Appreciate you. But here this woman go. I guess she's some type of descendant of Sheila Jackson Lee.
I'm former Congresswoman Erica Lee Carter of the 18th Congressional District of Texas, and I'm the surviving daughter of the phenomenal Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. May we forever say her name. It has been said that the time for justice is always right now. It is my honor to stand here with a warrior for justice, dedicated leader, and prominent legislator as we pass the torch to the Honorable Ayanna Pressley as she takes up the righteous fight for HR 40. This fight against injustice is personal to her and me. HR 40 is long overdue and more necessary for this administration.
Oh yeah, Sheila Jackson Lee ain't FBA. So if she's her daughter, then she's not FBA either. At best, which I don't think, but at best, she's an anchor baby. I don't know who her father is, but yeah, Sheila Jackson Lee ain't FBA. I don't know who. The only reason I'm saying she's she might be an anchor baby is because I don't know who the dad is, but I know Sheila Jackson Lee's a teller. So I know at best she's an anchor baby. That's what I'm saying. At best.
Yeah.
Hate is fomented, discrimination is promoted, and code words are used to bring out the worst in our fellow Americans. HR 40, first filed by the Honorable John Conyers, who understood that from our nation's very founding, the enslaved of African descent were shut out, the disparity was written into our Constitution.
So what now?
Now, I want you guys to keep this in mind. When they talk about African descent, this is why we've been pushing this so hard about our indigenous history as foundational Black Americans in this country. Is because when they say African descent, what they want to do is they want to separate us from our indigenous roots in this country. They want to make it seem like we're the same as immigrants. We're just different type of immigrants. So that's why they keep saying that the enslaved of African descent, which is kind of vague.
No, it's not, brother. It's
That's
pretty clear
not
to me.
specific
It's not
enough
vague at all.
Okay, it's really not. Okay, but I just keep that in mind. Peep game when they say that, because this is a talking point that they're using a lot. Okay.
Since 1995, my mother, the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee, worked closely with Congressman Conyers through her service on the Judiciary Committee and the Congressional Black Caucus. Over those years, I traversed this country to connect with advocates, activists, scholars, congressional colleagues, staff, neighbors, and friends to spread the word that HR 40 and dismantle rumors that it was just a check or a useless exercise. They and we know that we are nothing without a record and official documentation. You cannot right wrongs without an accurate record of those wrongs. This is what America needs. This commission is like filing a claim. HR 40 asks America to look under her hood and identify what has been wrong for hundreds of years and determine if there are ways to repair. HR 40 was a passion project for my mother. And in the 117th Congress and her judiciary hearing, she shared these words. For hidden in the corners of this nation are those of African-American heritage, the descendants of enslaved Africans who have felt the sting of disparities. They continue to feel that sting. Now more than ever, the facts and circumstances facing our nation demonstrate the importance of HR 40 and the necessity of placing our nation on the path of reparative justice. That is what HR 40 is about. This commission will probe into the facts of the longstanding impact of disparities that slavery brought about in this country. We still experience them today. I wholeheartedly support HR 40 and was proud to ask Congresswoman Pressley to carry this bill forward. I know that my mother would be proud that generation.
Okay, I'm gonna just fast forward because Lord, but you already saw what she on. I'm gonna get to this lady because then stuff started.
The America we know today was built on the brutal enslavement and trafficking of
This
stolen
whole
Africans.
thing, I want you to understand, this whole thing is close to 50 minutes long, and we ain't gonna sit here and listen to all the BS.
Forced to build this country on their literal backs. Despite, however, what Trump and his anti-diversity, anti-equity, anti-inclusion cronies want you to believe, this is American history. Its impact is the American status quo. It's unjust and it is wrong.
So they keep trying to make it seem like DEI is an attack on Black people, and we've already established that it ain't. We've already established that because we already know who benefits the most from it. But here the Democrats are trying to really attack the end of DEI and all of these non-Black beneficiary programs by making it seem like we want HR 40 to combat the anti-Black racism that you guys are doing with the DEI and the affirmative action. Just keep in mind how often they bring DEI into our reparations claim.
No matter what anybody says, the history of America is the history of America. And acknowledging that history is not a threat to the present would argue that ignoring that history, however, is a threat to our future. No matter how many attempts they make to whitewash this history, the blood of our enslaved Africans ancestors can't be erased from this land.
Hear that again, African ancestors.
We must acknowledge that the systemic racism that has denied Black folks the ability to thrive and to survive in this nation to this very day. We see it and we feel it every day because the barriers put up in place by our own government, because of redlining, because of predatory lending, because of inequitable funding schemes for our schools are very real. Our government, no matter who is in power, has an obligation to right these wrongs, to provide reparations for descendants of enslaved Africans, to eliminate the racial wealth gap, to uplift the Black community. White supremacy.
Do you guys hear how often she brings up, I mean, they're saying African a lot. Enslaved African, descendants of Africans, African, they're saying that a lot. That's deliberate. That is done on purpose.
Well, sir, that's a fucking fact, man. Go to South Carolina.
And the reason why is because
go to Alabama where my people slaved at.
When they say this in a press conference, they're saying this because they want us to be cool. They want to introduce that. If it's being said in the press conference, then it will be introduced in the legislation. The word Africa or African gets introduced in the legislation, then that kind of blurs the line a little bit. That kind of muddies the water some. So now, hold on, a descendant of Africa. Well, technically, Sheila Jackson Lee is a descendant of Africa. And she was also a descendant of slaves. She's in Jamaica. This is why the words, that they say in the press conference, we got to catch it, because if we don't catch it, then those will be the words that they introduce in the task force. Those will be the words they introduce in the legislation. And then those will be the words that open up the door to be all like, well, we can't do reparations because you can't do anything based off race, or you got to allow all Africans or something like that, or it muddies the water. And they're doing it on purpose. They setting up the trap on purpose. So this is why you got to catch it early.
Goddamn police department goes out there and murder us on purpose too.
I just want you to understand, if it wasn't a deliberate thing that they were all told by the DNC headmasters to do, why do they're saying this a very odd amount of times. It's coming off as abnormal how many times that they're saying it. It's coming off like it's being forced, like they are told to say it, just by how frequently that they say it.
Administration and our own legislative body, they have contributed to the social and economic harms, to racial terror Black folks have experienced in this country. Harms. HR 40 is one tool that brings us closer to righting those wrongs. And if we're truly going to address the racial and economic injustices rooted in this country, we must start here. I urge my colleagues, not just here, but throughout this body, to pass, to support HR 40, to support and pass reparations. Thank you all so much. And next we'll have Representative Jonathan Jackson. Thank you.
Good afternoon and happy African American History Month. I'm proud to be the representative from the 1st Congressional District of Illinois.
Black history
Illinois has the
started since the beginning of time and it will last to the end of time. Man, get the fuck out of here.
I gotta say it. Sometimes I try to be mature and sometimes I try not to be petty, but sometimes I just can't help myself. But look at his head. Look at his head. Dude. Okay. Give it up, man. You just cut that off. Just cut that. The dude. I don't know if he's. I want you to see all three of the people here. Okay. Now, Ayanna Pressley is winning by a country mile. Her head is glistening off the light. They only need one lamp, and her head is like reflecting the light around the room. They probably only have one lamp. They probably don't even have a lamp. They probably just have a window that's open. I want you to see her head. Her scalp is shiny, and it's glistening across the room. She's lighting the room up with her forehead. This guy is kind of in the second place. He got a little bit of hair, but you can see the reflection of his head, not as much, but you can see the reflection of that dude's head. Okay, you can already tell by his face, his forehead, his haircut. You know he like his butter biscuits extra honey on them butter biscuits. He like them soft and fluffy. Then you look at the girl all the way to the left, and you're like, God, do y'all need to like pass a forehead reflecting test before y'all get on stage? And y'all would have been better wearing a hat. What is this? Y'all out here looking like a box of shiny raisins. Somebody in chat said milk duds. I think they need all their heads to reflect and everything like that. You know it's bad when the photographers, when they start taking a picture and you can see the flash off their forehead. You know it's that bad. When you know your head is shiny and glistening. When the photographer takes a picture with the flash on and the flash reflects off your forehead and then you don't see the picture no more. You know when you see a picture and you take a picture in the mirror and then the light's too bright and you don't see your body. You know what I'm saying? It looks like what are those things that the construction workers wear, the reflective vest? You can see their head in the dark. You know it's bad when it's done that. You know.
It's 5 yards of forehead.
Right.
I try to be sophisticated for you guys. but sometimes I cannot help myself. I just couldn't. And I just wanted to know if I was the only one who noticed it, and I don't think I am.
No.
Can you read the?
But y'all listen to this butter biscuit eating Sambo right here. Now. Oh Lord.
G. Woodson, African-American young man that was born in West Virginia, went to the first integrated college in America, Berea College in Kentucky. From there, he went on to the University of Chicago, where he created his thesis that he had to show the truth of American history. When African-Americans are distorted, deleted, this becomes propaganda, not history. The second African-American to earn his PhD from Harvard University. So I'm very proud. Also proud to be from Illinois, which houses Evanston, Illinois, where they started the tangible effects of this reparations.
Oh my God,
they have gained tremendous steam. Now this conversation is taking place in New York State, Illinois, and California.
They're giving out house vouchers talking about
man, and you need to copyright the tangibles, brother Che. You see, because just like my term that you know about that they use, and this motherfucker just used your term right here. We need to copyright our shit.
I believe Tariq has the patent on that.
On what?
On tangibles.
Damn. Okay, now that's some more work we got to do. We got to research that.
Think about it.
Yeah, because he's been saying it since 2019.
Okay, and then we also too got to check on resurrection of the mental dead too, because we invented that term.
Yeah,
we created
that for it. Yeah. All right.
California, as we speak right now, there are commissions in Palm Springs and Fulton County, Georgia, as well as in Amherst, Massachusetts. This is a nationwide program and is gaining steam. This is happening nationwide. And why do I support HR? It's healing.
I know he can't be
out about the nation. It heals. When there's reparation, when there's been repair for the atrocities of slavery.
Really white.
Yeah, he's speaking of California. He's speaking of Massachusetts. He's speaking of some other states and municipalities that are looking at reparations now. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now
slaveries and all of the ills that happened.
Okay,
this is the solution.
Go ahead.
And so I'm not here to fix the blame. We didn't create the history. I'm here to fix the problem. This solves a problem that persists in zoning and taxation and economic development. I'm also a proud co-chair of the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Caucus. We are not going
the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Caucus. That's the DEI caucus. Okay, so this is who they got up here. This is who the Democrats got up here. The DEI, the chair of the DEI caucus. Now he's gonna go on a whole spill about DEI. Just listen.
Going backwards, following that of Mr. Donald J. Trump and his administration. We believe diversity is good for all. We believe that equity, equality is good for all. We believe that
when they say diversity is good for all, they don't mean black folk. They mean everybody and their mama. Equality. Diversity, equity, and equality is good for all. I want you to understand when these politicians mean all, they not talking about black people. He's sitting up there. He just talked about reparations, and then he segued that into DEI, and now he's essentially admitting that he's advocating for everybody else.
That's not about
He's admitting that, really.
That's double speak.
Having an opportunity to be inclusive is important for all. So I stand on those values.
Man,
HR 40 stands on those values.
We got to build our own shit.
Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. I thank the inspiration of Congressman John Conyers. And although it's now touching ground, starting in Evanston, 100 localities across America are now picking this up. It's time for the federal government to act on the same legislation. And I am not concerned about the timing. We repair whenever it's harmed. It's due now. The second part is it took us 246 years to go from 1619 to 1865. We are resilient. We are in this for the long haul. We will not stop fighting until there is justice.
Just peep how often they bring up Trump. They bring up Trump. Okay. We get Trump is probably and he's voiced his opinion on reparations that he is not for reparations. He said that during the campaign because he understands that his base does not support reparations. But where were y'all when the Democrats, the whole 4 years when the Democrats were in office, and they were saying no? So my thing is that don't sit up there and say the whole year Trump. If Biden, and Kamala didn't want reparations either. Don't do that now. Don't do that.
Thank you, sir.
And
Hello, good
y'all,
afternoon.
boy, brace yourselves. That's all I can say.
My name is Latifah Simon, and I'm coming from the California's most progressive district, in fact, the nation's most progressive district, Barbara Lee's former district, our forever congresswoman. I was sworn in just 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, and I'm so honored, Ms. Pressley, that you gave me the opportunity to speak today. And your role on the judiciary is so important now more than ever. When we think about many organizers who grew up in the movement in the last 30 years, we think of Sheila Jackson Lee as our Ella Baker. Ella Baker consistently would chant, "We who believe in freedom cannot rest." She also said, "That which touches me most is that I have the chance to work with young people. They have the courage where we fail." So in this very room, you see the passing of a real torch, of a lifelong commitment to service and justice for folks who didn't receive their civil rights literally until 2 generations ago, less than 55 years ago. I'm so thankful that we're having this conversation. As an early sponsor in the 119th Congress of HR 40, I too am very clear. Representing Oakland in 1942, African Americans from 5 southern states began to migrate to the West Coast. One, escaping Jim Crow South, where they found it in the Bay Area. And 2, African Americans came as they were sequestered to put bombs on ships during World War II. I come from those people.
Port Chicago.
I come from Betty Levasseur, who was the daughter of a business family who owned 19 businesses.
Hey, Cruz in the building.
That were burned down in the Tulsa massacre.
Okay.
We are Tulsa people.
Kelly Ray,
I come
all
from
this
my
so-called
mother's
confusion is
maternal
another
side,
bullshit
Malvern,
tactic.
Arkansas, which is still
FF,
a
whatever that means.
sundown
Most of these people are serial
right
liars
now.
and
I
simply
come
want
from
their
a
pockets
mother who had a
lined.
mother who cleaned houses all
Well,
day and was
Kelly
not
Ray,
able
I'm
to
gonna tell
attend to
you
her
something.
own,
That
who
may be
died because she
true,
didn't have
but what the
opportunities to
problem
go
is,
to
this is part of what
a
happened on the
non-segregated
plantation
hospital.
system of
She left my
dividing
mother
black
as an
folks.
orphan
Hey,
at
Chris,
8 years old. So when we
what's
talk
going
about
on with you?
the idea of bringing forth a bill that every member of Congress should vote
Yeah,
on
we had
to
MD20
understand,
on earlier.
effectuate, and socialize and
See,
study
these is
how
demo
we can move a
publishing.
country from tyranny,
And I said
subjugation
it here
to economic.
first.
Now, understand. I think she said affectionate. I don't know if she said affectionate. And study. She went through all of this stuff, all of her background, because right now she's trying to. She understands the temperature of the room. Okay, so she trying to. What she just did, and I let her play. I let it play. She just kind of gave her paperwork a little bit to say, hey, no, I'm from the people of Tulsa. I'm a descendant of these people over here. I'm descendant. So more than likely she's FBA. Okay. Because tethers try to hide their background. Tethers don't be bringing up who their mama is. They don't be bringing up who their grandpa is. They don't be bringing up where their family from or whatever the case is. She's the only person to come out here. No, my mama from over here, my dad from over here, and then my grandpa from Mississippi, and then my grandma from Louisiana, and they met in Texas. So she did all of this paperwork because she understands that we paperwork checking everybody. Okay. I just want y'all to understand why she did that. Now, if she lies, she might be lying, but she went through a lot. She went through a lot to do that. And this is good. The fact that we got politicians essentially before they say anything, they gotta run their paperwork down because they already know how we get down. Before they say anything, they be like,
hey, crew, I got a new term up there. It's called demo publishing.
My name is my grandfather is from Arkansas. Okay, he is a descendant of slaves. There was a plantation in Arkansas towards the north. He picked cotton. I have a picture of him when he was a kid with a cotton ball in his hand. He was putting it in the basket with the overseer in the back with the whipping his father. I have that picture. My grandma, okay, she's part Indian. My great grandma, she's part Indian. Okay, she's also from Mississippi. Now her people migrated from with the great. We got them going through the paperwork. I want you to understand this is good. The fact that when she came up there, I'm like, oh,
conversation right now.
Okay, now you still cooning.
Right.
We ain't gonna give you a pass for that. But the fact that they know, okay, when you get up there, where you from? Because we ain't trying to listen to nothing else. Paperwork first. Come on, paperwork first. Where you from? Looking through the dates. Now we still gotta verify. because they're gonna lie. We still gotta verify, but they know what the program is now. They know what the program is now. Now you got the tethers. See, the tethers can't do that.
No.
The tethers can't do that.
No, they can't.
They can't be like my grandma from. They don't want to claim Jamaica. They don't want to claim Haiti. They don't want to claim Nigeria. They don't want to claim the Dominican. They don't want to claim these places. So they just real quiet. All right. So I was like, oh, okay. That's interesting that she did all that. That's interesting.
We know that lady though. That lady sits on the task force for California reparations.
No, that's
economic prosperity. It's clear.
Not the same
The history
line.
is clear. I'm extremely excited that we're going to bring this bill to the floor, and we'll be able to show who really cares about this country, who really cares about the descendants of slaves who built this here capital. I'm so proud of the Congressional Black Caucus and our willingness to stand up in a time where Black erasure, Latino erasure, Native American erasure, Asian American erasure, LGBTQ erasure is the agenda du jour. Not only will we fight.
That is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
I don't think
there's no other lady to look like that to sit on that council, on that task force. We spent all that.
Okay. She said our erasure, Latino erasure, Native American erasure, LGBT erasure.
How do you put a little extra doubt on it, Jesse? I'm almost.
How are you doing that? Where's their erasure? Where's anybody else's erasure but our erasure? What they're trying to do is include them in history that they're not a part of. We got a whole bunch of $5 Indians going through a lot of struggles right now, and that's because they're not really Indians. We're gonna be very, very honest with you.
They're not.
We're gonna be very honest. But the LGBT they getting rid of gay people? What are you talking about? And why are you bringing this up with our reparations? See, they can't even hold it together for one damn press conference.
I know.
Without making this all lives matter thing. Now, if this was about if this was about deportation, if this was about Latino, if this was about Native American, if this was about the LGBT, if this was about anybody else, we wouldn't be introduced into the subject, into the conversation. We wouldn't be mentioned, referenced at all. When it's not about us specifically, we are not referenced at all. Okay, they act as if we don't exist.
Right.
But every single time the subject is about us, even though it's HR 40, even though that's a scam, even though that's BS, even though that's not a real thing, you still gotta bring in all these other people and make it seem like the struggles that we have always been going through, they're going through now too. The Hispanic erasure, where's the Hispanic erasure? Because y'all saying that they also helped build the country. All of these other people you guys are including them in our history, which is a part of our erasure. That's what the Democrats are doing. It's a part of our erasure. The Democrats, I'm gonna be very clear with you guys, do more to participate in Black erasure than the Republicans do. And they do that by including a bunch of people and giving them false and stolen valor that belongs to us. They do that. They do it way more often and way more frequently than the Republicans do. If we're going to be very honest. Talk about, hold on. I gotta take that. Hold on. And this is supposed, and we supposed to get behind this.
19 businesses that were burned down in the Tulsa massacre. We are Tulsa people.
Lady, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. It was a hell of a lot more than 19 businesses, you lying heifer.
Which is
I've
still
been
a
to the
sundown
goddamn
town.
place. Shit.
Right now, I come from a mother who had a mother who cleaned houses all day and was not able to attend to her own, and who died because she didn't have opportunities to go to a non-segregated hospital. She left my mother as an orphan at 8 years old. So when we talk about the idea of bringing forth a bill that every member of Congress should vote on to understand, effectuate, and socialize and study how we can move a country from tyranny, subjugation to economic prosperity, it's clear. The history is clear. I'm extremely excited that we're going to bring this bill to the floor, and we'll be able
to show who really cares about this country, who really cares about the descendants of slaves who built this here capital. I'm so proud of the Congressional Black Caucus and our willingness to stand up in a time where Black erasure, Latino erasure, Native American erasure, Asian American erasure, LGBT.
What in the fuck I gotta do with us?
Q erasure is the agenda du jour. Not only will we fight back, we will win.
Oh man,
Lord,
now y'all
these are the people who's supposed to be advocating for us.
Now y'all want
today, as we announce this
Kelly,
movement
thank you
to
for
move forward this
joining.
bill, young people in this country, fear not, because this movement will grow. It will continue. Not only will you be in the streets demanding justice, you should know that we will be here in the United States Capitol as members of the United States Congress, saying what Miss Lee said every single day, saying what Ella Baker said every day, saying what Fannie said every day. We who believe in real true equity, we will not rest. We owe not just our ancestors of late, we owe our mothers, every single member in back of me. Their mothers were born in segregation. Our mothers, not great-grandmothers, were born in policies that followed chattel slavery. But we will endure. I have no doubt. We will endure.
Yeah.
Not now is a phrase that King said consistently.
We're both there, crew.
But we will endure. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And now we hear from the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Yvette Clark.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today.
I just need a break.
Lord have mercy. What is up with the glasses?
Hold on, y'all. Let me get to some of the super chats. Let me just get a break. Let me get a break for my mental. Okay, hold on. Okay. Going back to it. Okay. Detroit again sends a $20 super chat. He says, and I appreciate you, Detroit, says, I'm really think they want to become Jabba the Hutt lifestyle. I agree. What Jabba the Hutt is a Star Wars character. What I'm finding very interesting is that they don't invest stock, don't invest stock market or real estate while making 174K to 200K a year. So stealing taxpayers' money. Yeah. I mean, they just glutton. They're not smart. Most of these politicians, they're not really smart. They just play the game. And as long as you play the game, you can get in that seat. But it's not about your intelligence. It's not about your cleverness. It's not about your wit. It's not about being a good person at all. Or anything of the sort. Thank you, Detroit. Tell it like it is, says, imagine that. A stable of sophisticated tethers, a buck dancer masquerading as advocates for FBA and Lana Pressley, sugar baby, head ass. Lana Pressley, sugar baby, head ass, ought to be ashamed of herself. She should. And thank you for this $10. And then he says again, that's a domestic bootleg right there. That is, we got some, and we gotta acknowledge when we have some. Because she did her, if she didn't do her paperwork, we could suspect, but she did her paperwork right in front of us. Dan said some BS. So, well, we're going to have to chalk that up to the game, family. We're going to have to chalk that up to the game. Yeah, we do got some. We're just going to have to chop it up to the game. That's just what it is. Okay, but we're going to call them out. We're going to call them out when we do. When we see them. Sister Denise, or Sister Nisi, Ahmad, says, desperate need of dental work and plastic surgery. Oh, yeah, they do. I didn't want to say anything because I understand I was already kind of mean with the shiny forehead thing. But I think she goes, I think she's an inspiration to everybody that you do not need good looks to be a politician. You really don't. I want y'all to, y'all might not look good enough to be a movie star, but you don't have to look good at all to be a politician. Okay? Use her as inspiration. Brother Hurricane, thank you for the $20. Brother Hurricane says, that's nothing but weed characters up there. They all look weird. They all look weird. They all look like artificial weed characters. They all do. Thank you. Brother William says, I would be telling Republicans not to even consider this bill. sis. I am not for this everybody else shoehorned with our suffering. Exactly.
Right.
I'm not with it. I'm not with it. I don't want this to succeed if this is how they're going about it. I want you to understand, in the press conference where they're supposed to be talking about our slavery claim, our reparations, stuff about us specifically, they bring in Latino. And then notice how she said it with a Latino, the Latino erasure. The erasure of the Hispanics and the Latinos, they're getting erased, they're getting deported. Now she says that with the little accent to it. She said it like that. Okay. Latino erasure, Native American erasure, Asian American erasure, LGBT erasure. Just who else? Short people erasure, poor people erasure. I mean, they're just erasing everybody. And this is supposed to be in the press conference where they're introducing a bill for us. That's what that's supposed to be. Okay. For the cash apps, shout out to Helping Hand. Nice name for a help. Nice helping hand. Shout out to my brother Cyberdyne. Yeah. Cyberdyne, I appreciate you. I see you in the chat. And Kwame, I appreciate you, Kwame. Thank you so very much. But boy. Okay.
Hey, I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke, and I proudly represent New York's 9th Congressional District, which is located in Central and Southwest Brooklyn. And I'm also the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. On behalf of the entire CBC, I'd like to thank my esteemed colleagues, Representative Ayanna Pressley and Senator Cory Booker, for their leadership in reintroducing
She's the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. And I want you to understand, this is what the leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus is like. This is why the Congressional Black Caucus don't do nothing. This is why we don't get nowhere with them.
R40 legislation to finally establish a federal commission to address and explore reparative measures for the lasting impact of slavery, systemic racism, and racial discrimination in Black America. I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank our former House colleague and co-lead on HR 40, Congresswoman Erica Lee Carter. I want to thank her for her leadership and for joining us today, as well as our colleagues who are arrayed here. It is an honor to be here today in support of this important and transformative legislation, which the CBC has championed for decades as part of our unending mission to improve the lives of Black Americans in this country.
But y'all didn't champion it when y'all had the most leverage. I want y'all to understand, and I think that's enough of this. When the CBC, the Congressional Black Caucus, had the absolute most leverage, when was that? That was a few months ago. That was when everybody's favorite Indian lady, everybody's favorite Hindu, sister girl, Kamala Harris, that's when she was running. Mm-hmm. But they didn't bring up no reparations. They didn't even bring up HR 40. They didn't bring that up at all.
Black people now.
They didn't mention that whatsoever. No. It was not brought up. It was not mentioned. And they had all of the momentum. They had all of the leverage. They had everything they could have possibly needed to get her to bend, the knee and say, okay, I will sign an executive order for HR 40, but they didn't bring it up. None of them. But they all supported her. All of them supported her. All of them helped. All of them backed her. But none of them enforced this HR 40 thing. Now they want to bring up HR 40. See, the Democrats are doing this because this is a plan for your best interest. We're doing this for Black people because Donald Trump is trying to take us down, and he already knows that he don't like Black people, but we're fighting for you guys. The House, as far as Congress, and the Republicans are in the Senate. When the Republicans run the Congress and the White House, now y'all want to talk about HR 40, which ain't nothing anyway, but y'all want to talk about HR 40 when the odds are pretty much against HR 40 even getting passed, which ain't nothing anyway. This ain't impressing nobody.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm eating.
This ain't impressing nobody. But it is, Lord have mercy, it is making some Sambos and some folks upset about it. Let me show you all this. Boy, did you have, hold on, where is it? Don't play with me. It's making people upset about it. Look at this. Listen to this Sambo right here.
No matter who is in power has an obligation to right these wrongs.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black
Africans
people.
to eliminate
No.
the racial wealth gap, to uplift the Black community. White supremacy is rampant.
All right, that's all I was gonna play on that clip. Wow. This raccoon at the bottom of the screen. Oh my God.
What's his story?
I forgot his name, but he's straight up raccoon.
Well, that explains everything.
All right, what are your thoughts on that video, Shabaki?
Disgusting. Just absolutely disgusting. These Demopublicans and these Republicans ain't shit. They're two sides of the same coin. At least the as in human shit states how he honestly feels.
Yes, he does. And we need more public trivia.
I can't be too mad at a motherfucker like that. I don't agree with Dumb says, but at least he's stating how he honestly feels. But these ass-scratching Republicans, ass-scratching coons, Republicans, man, they so full of shit, man, they forget every goddamn lie they tell within 5 seconds. And they call this bullshit progress. God.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, progress like 30 million years back.
Okay, I'm out after Uncle Phil.
I understand, Shabaka.
You look how long, what?
Yeah, because I want to keep the data, man. You know what I'm saying? Since we put in more work.
Lady Shade, what were your thoughts?
Gentlemen, the Democrats are
like just to get our attention because we ain't paying attention to everybody else. So, you know,
continuing to try the HR 40 grift. The Democrats are down so bad. They are so desperate to get us back in the fold because they know that they have lost us. So they say, well, let me go on and try this HR 40 again. So they brought out Ayanna Pressley to go on and try the HR 40 grift again. Let's go ahead and cue this up.
To pick up the mantle of this historic legislation that has been championed by John Conyers, Congressman John Conyers, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. That was introduced more than 30 years ago when Congressman John Conyers was a co-founder of the Congressional Black Caucus. We're at a critical inflection point in America, and the moment cannot be more urgent. With Black history under attack and white supremacy emboldened, there is no better time to introduce this bill than during Black History Month, a time when we reflect on our history, our struggle, and our collective power. And I'll say, it is also not only about Black history, but it is about Black futures. More than 4 centuries ago, Africans were kidnapped, trafficked, and enslaved, forced to build this country under horrific brutality, an economy which we still benefit from today. Rice, sugar, tobacco, cotton. And even after the Civil War, emancipation, the 13th Amendment, the legacy of slavery endured in other forms, codified in law to deny Black Americans freedom, opportunity, and dignity. And that's what brings us here today. This brutality, these injustices, these horrors were not things just happened within the culture by osmosis. They were legislated. Today, with Donald Trump and Republicans waging their coordinated and at times unlawful assault on Black folks and Black history, we will not allow that history to be erased. We will not allow it to be whitewashed. HR 40 is a powerful reminder of the work that remains and offers us a pathway toward truth, reconciliation, and accountability. To be clear, this bill is not a symbolic gesture, but rather a meaningful step toward repairing the deep structural injustices that continue to harm Black communities today. The racial wealth gap in America is not an accident. In Boston, my home city, the Federal Reserve counts Black wealth at just $8, compared to the wealth of white households at $247,500. Nationwide, the racial wealth gap is over 10 trillion. That's trillion with a T. This shameful reality is the direct result of generations of precise, intentional policy harm codified into our laws and budgets. And it is specifically the result of slavery and the anti-Black society that followed. From Jim Crow to redlining to mass incarceration, our government, through policies and budgets, has perpetuated and entrenched these harms for generations. The disparities that we see in health outcomes, housing, education, wealth, and more are by design. Today, our government has a moral and legal obligation to right those wrongs, and reparations are a necessary step towards achieving justice. Now, here's what the bill would do. H.R. 40 creates a federal commission, an expert body charged with investigating the enduring impacts of slavery and its aftermath, and developing concrete proposals for reparations. This is a pragmatic policy that is fundamentally about repairing harm and building a more just America. Whether you are in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Trenton, New Jersey, or Mattapan in the Massachusetts 7th Congressional District, this is about ensuring that every person has a fair chance at the American dream. Now, I know some like to think that Rosa sat, Martin marched, and John crossed a bridge, and we were free. But we are still very much in the civil rights movement. Every day, progress that we have fought for, the gains that have been made, are under assault and being rolled back.
So you heard that BS. Now, this let me tell you what's so offensive about this.
Everything, Uncle Phil.
Democrats, if you were serious about HR 40, which we know HR 40 is a scam, but let's say you're serious about the scam, right? You would have did this during the 2 years of Obama, when he had the House and the Senate. If you were serious, you'd have did this between the 2 years of Biden when he had the House and the Senate.
Okay,
and you did not. So you're gonna come out knowing good and well that's not gonna be voted for, right? You had the votes to do it. The only reason you're doing this is because you say, oh, well, you know, I know Black people want reparations, so let's try to get out there and dangle this HR 40 carrot in front of their face again. No, that's done. When y'all played that mess in 2019 and we realized the fraud that it was, we're like, nah, we cool on that, bro. Because you didn't give the migrants, Democrats, no HR or anything. You just gave them money. You put them in luxury hotels. And you had FEMA and everybody else transferring millions of dollars to hotels for these people to stay for free, while FBAs is struggling to pay their rent and mortgage every month. The federal government with the Democrats was transferring all kinds of money to food companies in the millions and maybe even billions for these migrants. But FBAs are struggling to figure out how they're gonna feed their family. They didn't need no commission. They just like, hey, pay them. And that's what they finding out now with Doge. They find all this mess out. So Democrats, you can miss me with HR 40 or anything else. Look at your boy Gavin Newsom. They actually did a commission. They did the study. And it was time to start creating an organization to say, okay, we need to create this office so we can figure out who's actually eligible for the reparations. It won't just be any old Black person that show up. It has to be people that it's actually a descendant of slaves. Gavin Newsom and the Black Democrats, the California Legislative Black Caucus, you remember, they sabotaged the bill. When the Republican was trying to say, nah, put it up for a vote, put the bill up. They sabotaged that.
I did.
The Republican called their hand out, exposed them. And that also led to people not voting for Kamala Harris.
No, because you didn't even leave me one.
So Democrats, leave us alone. We know you don't want to pay no reparations. That HR 40 stuff not gonna work. No, the same money you were giving them migrants, that's the money we need. I mean, beyond which, Representative Pressley, I'm offended. I'm offended you came out saying that crap. Very offended.
Right.
Y'all had plenty of time to get that done during Biden. But Biden didn't want us to have reparations either. Because what did Biden say? Well, I support a study, but he never said, well, yeah, I support cash payments. Because cash payments are going to all them folks overseas and people right here with these federal contracts that was supposed to be up, but they still getting paid.
That's how I'm gonna act like he didn't have it.
You understand what I'm saying? So try again, Democrats. Try again. If you want black folks back, actually start paying reparations. You don't need no HR 40 to do it. Just do the same thing you did with the migrants. Because I don't even want to hear the term HR 40. That grift, that scam. That's a scam.
That is a scam, Uncle Phil.
Playing with black people like that. No. The Democrats think they can just go say, oh, there's some racism and oh, reparations. We're gonna come run back. Listen, Democrats, it's a new day. It's a new day. See, when you empowering these cities, that's your opportunity to show how good the Democrat Party is. The FBAs. And you're not doing right by black people in the cities that you control. So how are you going to do good on the national level? It's not going to happen.
First of all,
you get support starting locally and you work your way up. Locally, county, state, then national. You understand?
10 years ago.
But it's dangling that carrot in front of black people, bro. We done. We are done with that. We are done. The Democrats, they in trouble. They know 2026 is coming. The midterms, they trying to win these elections. Man, you didn't pay me to vote for them. Please, that's so disrespectful. Bring out HR 40. We know good and well you Democrats do not want black people.
Don't do no work. So there you have it. Shabaka on your way out.
Yep, everything that Uncle Phil said right there. Yeah, I'm here.
Really who those people are. But what was the reasoning why they even created?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Everything that he said right there is correct, particularly when he said that they coming up there with bullshit. You see what I'm saying? It's a scam. You see what I mean? Because they could have did it with Obama. They could have halfway did it with Biden. You see what I mean?
Yep.
Okay, because you had 2 terms of Obama. And what the fuck did Obama say, man? No to reparations, the first time around. And that son of a bitch had the audacity to say up there in the place where the Buckets play.
The Nuggets, god dang it.
And he said up there, talking about change that we could believe in.
Yeah.
Change that we could believe in. Police murders is going up. Men and shoving ketchup up their asses talking about their menstruating.
Lord have mercy, somebody.
I mean, it's sickening. It's disgusting. I know. And then he goes over there to Kenya. Hold it. He goes over there to Kenya, and he's gonna sit up there. And the first goddamn thing he's gonna sit up there and talk about, man, is some gay marriage shit. See, that was the insult not only to our people on the continent.
That was our black president, right?
Yeah. And then you had to understand what Obama is when the damn police killings had all started.
Yep, and he said, "Get out the street, y'all a bunch of thugs."
You see what I'm saying?
You need to stop with all this woke madness.
Yeah, see, so he's talking out of both cracks of his ass. You see what I'm saying?
But he's a teller, Shabaka.
Yeah, but however, but hold on, though. I appreciate when Jesse Jackson and old banana in his mouth, old bobblehead, go there to Ferguson and the thug step to him. Man, shake the spot, man.
Yeah.
We ain't got time for that shit, man. Shake the spot. Don't even get out the motherfucking car.
Right.
They told him to shake the spot with a quickness. That was beautiful.
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful. You see what I'm saying? Don't even get out of the goddamn car. Put that son bitch and drive and keep it moving, trick.
Right.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep.
In the short run, I was sorry to see it happen, but in the long run, man, that was beautiful. Yeah, just like what Khalid Muhammad had said on the Phil Donahue show. When Phil Donahue said to Khalid Muhammad, "All right, Mr. Muhammad, you said that Jesse Jackson is a boot-licking, half-fried, half-baked nigga," and what did Khalid say? To the utmost of his ability. See, black man and woman, we ain't got time to fuck around no more. When you fuck around, you find out. And look what the fuck we've been finding out for the last 4 goddamn years with that old senile motherfucker Joe Biden shitting on himself. You know what I mean?
Dementia Joe.
Yeah, Dementia Joe, Sleepy Joe. Then you got the dump, as in human shit. And I want to make with the thing that I respect about the dump, as in human shit, he's telling you how he honestly feels. You can't get mad at him for it.
The politician you would like to have.
Yeah, this motherfucker's telling me he's out to do me in. He's out to exterminate my ass. You see what I'm saying? Okay, motherfucker, now I know what I got to do to preserve myself to deal with you stinking ass motherfuckers.
See, and he's on a war path.
Yeah, he is.
Ignoring him.
And then you got little Stinky Bird up there. You know, you got little Stinky Bird telling his stupid ass to shut up.
Man, little devil, cute little ass. Some with like one comb over and a fucking fake mustache away from his babyism.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, man.
Little X.
And like, oh man, like, oh my god, the no home training X. Whatsoever, like the no home training, like just wipe your dirty motherfucking booger.
No, I don't call him Little X.
The worst.
No, that's an insult to Malcolm's memory because his slave name was Little. He dropped the slave name for the X. Now, I don't call him Little X. That's why I don't call that little motherfucker Little X.
Okay, well, his name is X.
Is it like, it got a whole bunch of weird ass
Damn.
Yeah. Had no manners.
He didn't have
no motherfucking manners, no home training.
He told the dump to shut the F up.
Yeah, he told the dump to shut the fuck up. He did right. Dump wasn't saying nothing worth listening to anyway. You see what I'm saying? And it wasn't. You know what I'm saying? You know, now I wonder, man, when Dump starts getting senile, when he's falling apart. You know what I'm saying? You know. Okay, now what's Crew here saying about African America?
I gotta catch up. There's a lot of comments that StreamYard's been acting stupid, y'all. Been trying to get all
that figures.
No, I have been paying attention.
I'm telling the truth.
StreamYard has been acting stupid. It wasn't
yeah, because we on here. We on here.
What's this clip?
We already played the clip.
Or what are we doing there?
Oh, well, this is the next clip.
Right.
Shabaka was giving his closing statement.
Yeah, cut the chat, Crew. Yeah, you right about that. Cut the goddamn chat. You know, I damn sure need some reparations. John got his ass beat like a punk.
Yep. Oh, John Lewis.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, Crew. You should have went up there and saw how they went upside his head. The nightstick glide gracefully upside his head. Left his ass out there stretch. Talking about that's good trouble.
Me. I don't give them any quarter.
How the hell is getting knocked upside your motherfucking head, man? Good trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, Crew. Okay, enlighten me on that. Divisive.
Yeah, that's Latin for I forgot what the meaning of it is. Victory, I want to say.
Okay. Talking about good trouble, knocked upside the motherfucking head, stretched out like you been mugged. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Shabaka's coming over to the light, the dark side.
Welcome to the dark side, Shabaka. The Black Imperial Army has arrived.
Hey, But check this out here, though, crew. I mean, come on, man, really. That's motherfucker. Yeah, the little boy told the king of the world to shut the fuck up. Yeah, he did. You know,
everybody acting like that's the
little stink. Yeah. Wait a minute, twin. Oh, I like that better for that little motherfucker. Little stink, because Musk stink. Musky
little
dude, little stink.
Little
yeah, there you go. So you got musty, man, and you got little stink. Yeah. And people, sometimes you got to cry for laughing. Okay. And then, ladies and gentlemen, and keep in mind, when they start throwing our black asses out here in the middle of this damn desert, man, say about June, in Death Valley, and then to find out that Eric Adams, other Yasa boss they got up there.
Not Big E.
Yeah, they're gonna be throwing their asses out there too. And the only thing I'm gonna tell them motherfuckers is, while I'm sitting out there in that damn desert dying, I'm gonna say, "Welcome to California, motherfucker. Don't you love this sunshine as it fries your ass, you stupid." I gotta save some data. Okay, so I wish everybody a good evening right here. You know what I'm saying? And boy, Che, put them ponies in the barns.
And keep the gators, shipwrecks, and the whole of the
the ship sunk, man. We trying to raise this motherfucker back, because they're trying to get Aaron Rodgers out here. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, hell no.
Yeah. Reading it in the newspaper.
Y'all doing quarterback though, amongst other things.
Bro, we need a whole new goddamn team starting from the head coach on down. No, I'm sorry, starting from the general manager on down. All right. Yeah. I'm out. Say that, is he really in Africa? No, crew, what it is this bullshit ass plan that I got with these sorry motherfuckers from Straight Talk.
Yeah.
They full of shit. Fuck Straight Talk.
That was funny, crew.
Yeah.
Let me know, man, if you come across some better deals on this bullshit that I got going on right now. Fuck Straight Talk. Yeah, I said it about you sorry ass motherfuckers, because every goddamn time I load my data card, I gotta spin on there, talk to a goddamn computer for about 15 minutes, cussing that motherfucker out. Oh, would you like customers?
You need to get one of those portable hotspots.
You need to be utilizing your senior discount at every
yeah, definitely do that.
You
gotta go to Consumer Cellular.
Utilizing that old pass.
Yeah, go to Consumer Cellular.
It's got to be good for something. Let it be good for something.
Oh yeah, you know what? You know what? I am gonna go to Consumer Cellular. Cause I am really sorry, man, that Boost Mobile fucked me around, man. That was a good service that they had. Yeah, so I'm gonna check Consumer Cellular out. And the first thing I'm gonna ask that motherfucker is, hey man, I need a hotspot for my laptop, man. Does this motherfucker got unlimited data? And I'm telling the StreamYard shit, watching the movie shit, every goddamn thing. As soon as that motherfucker tell me no, man, hey man, put this number on his phone and fuck T-Mobile. Yeah, T-Mobile. I'm talking about you. Yeah. T-M-O-B-I-L-E. You motherfuckers. That's who I'm talking about. I got a text on my phone just right now. You think the motherfuckers heard me, man?
Get off the motherfucking phone, Shmaga.
All right. Good night.
That's one of the messages.
All right. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Okay, so stay cool, man. It's 47 degrees here, man. I'm cold in the motherfucker.
It's like 13 here.
It's 13 degrees. We
can't get it. Hell no, man.
Hey,
when you start your car. 13 degrees. Oh, Lord. 13 degrees.
13 degrees. We're going to keep on
above zero.
Boy, you all real cool there in Denver this time.
I'm on Comcast. I'm on my little what I come for right now. It's gonna do me good. But I'll be in here watching hell fucking.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. Okay, that's right. You got to do the food bank tomorrow, Brother Che.
Yep. In around 5 hours.
Okay. All right, so I'll probably hit you, man, about 2 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock your time.
Okay, sounds good, Shabaka. Get you some rest, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Okay, Lady Che. All right. Take care. Okay.
All right, so the next topic, unless Lady Che has something
Nope, I guess you say carry on. Okay, carry on. What is this about? Oh, BRICS. The tariffs on BRICS.
Yeah, this is too soon. There was another clip I was going to play.
On what?
On Julius Malema. Damn, I wish Shabaka would have stayed longer.
Yeah.
Elon Musk demands Julius Malema declared an international criminal.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I just think that the board can't be talking like, people who live in glass houses should throw rocks.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because they come right back. So,
the African Diaspora. Download our African Diaspora News Channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Dilla for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to give the video a big thumbs up. And family, of course, look for my content every which way. Because so many of you ask me, where have I been? Or you say, welcome back, beloved. So just look for my content, okay? And you'll be able to find it here. Thank you so very much, family. I certainly have been covering South Africa for a few years now. Some of you all have been talking to me exactly about that. So it is absolutely prophetic. And certainly my commentary was foretelling because I kind of made a name for myself because most people weren't watching long hearings in the United States and exposing those hearings in the Foreign Affairs Committees and other similar places, exposing the United States plot against South Africa. That was me trying to sound the alarm a long time ago. And of course, we see that fight within the United States against South Africa, because it's certainly not the other way around, has certainly escalated by and through the Trump administration and his shields. Family, I want you to know that Elon Musk has taken his attacks against South Africa, and specifically our brother Julius Malema, who of course I've covered him as well here, to the next level. Just the other day, Elon Musk retweeted an article from our dear brother of South Africa, and he retweets a video from this other guy by the name of Mario Nawfal, where it's quoting him saying here about targeting the white South Africans, right? Trying to make our brother Julius Malema, look like a savage. Well, Elon Musk says with that tweet, with that video, he retweets it and says, quote, immediate sanctions for Malema and declaration of him as an international criminal. Can you all see it there? Not only that, family, he does another retweet, Elon Musk that is, and says this genocidal lunatic is the leader of a significant political party in South African parliament. Now, I want you all to know that more than 26 million people have watched that particular tweet. More than 44 million watched the other one. Now, let me tell y'all something. I did a broadcast. This was quite a long time ago. All you have to do is Google it. The receipts are always there because my commentary, even though some of you may have even disagreed with some of my commentary, because sometimes it's easy to miss the forest for the trees. In other words, sometimes it's possible to focus, it's possible to major on minor and minor on major. It doesn't mean that the leadership in your country is upright in everything that they do and that they're not serious domestic issues that absolutely must be addressed and taken care of. I just want you to be discerning about the fact which ones are actually organic and that's actually coming up from the people, and which one of them are seeds of mess making from geopolitical forces I say that because when I was covering some of the hearings, I was looking at some of both the white and black witnesses that this U.S. Congress brought to the United States to testify in some of their meetings. And some of the white folks that was testifying, some of them appeared to be what I call boer types that was talking crazy about your country. And then based on some of my research, I found that some of these white South Africans had access to some of our Congress folks here. And they're the ones that's in the ear of American politicians helping to shape the narrative about your country here. How many of y'all remember when I covered earlier? This is from this particular article. It's from The Economist. The headline here says, "Is Julius Malema the most dangerous man in Africa?" It says, there's a subtitle, "His party wants to nationalize all. He may become kingmaker." How many of you all remember hearing about that? I discussed that because that was from a year ago, February of 2024. Now, I'm bringing that up because I'm trying to show you, even though I've been covering South Africa even longer than that, I'm trying to show you how I was building on the fact that there is not an isolated, but rather a geopolitical plan and scheme to target South Africa. And a part of the reason for that is your connection, your rising and emerging leadership role on the world stage, as well as your connection and possible a new role in terms of the new global economy. Its connections to BLACC and some of its most prominent members like, yes, China and Russia. And even though President Ramaphosa, your former president, your former foreign minister, Dr. Naledi Pandor, I'm bringing up her because I did more coverage on her in times past. I saw where they were calling y'all's former first minister, a black woman, out of her name. How many of y'all remember that broadcast that I did? Where I showed you a clip of Dr. Naledi Pandor talking about that during one of her lectures. How many of you all know, since you all brought the case against Israel in the court, the ICC, that your country was also targeted? How many of you all know that before your recent elections, which was the first time, if I remember correctly, that the ANC didn't get more than 50%? How many of you all know that before the election, there were certain factions that were on the ground in your country to make and to exacerbate the natural disagreements that you had, that they were helping to take it to the next level because some of the forces out of some of the Israelis were threatening to make in y'all's election? I'm just trying to see if y'all that's all I'm trying to see if you're paying attention to some of the clues. There's a lot that's going on behind the scenes, and as a prophetic voice, that's what I do. I bring these things out. Shout out to our brother, Julius Malema. I won't give you the details on this now. I plan on doing a follow-up, but he basically told Elon Musk to go to hell. Right. Talk black to me. Let me hit the gavel on that. Let me tell you all something. One of the beautiful parts that I love about your country is the fact that you have voices like his, energies like his, because they don't even want you to tolerate a voice like his. They want everybody to be passive. Scared. They don't want any energy, any seed of resistance like that in South Africa, because it might become flammable. That energy might take hold. I think it's very good. I believe it's very strategic that the different political parties in your country still has his EFF party having a seat at the table. And I think that sort of energy is absolutely necessary. Shout out to our brother Julius Malema. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all's white South African Elon Musk, while he's sitting over here calling for international sanctions against our brother Julius Malema and consider him an international criminal. First of all, Elon Musty, nobody called for you and your 2 cents. You're not a judge. You don't run any international court to be putting your 2 cents in. And besides that, Elon Musk has already gotten in trouble with other global South nations. Other courts have worked against you, Elon Musk. So while you calling for him to be treated like an international criminal and taking what he said out of context, please understand, another country can target you too. Oh man. You better be careful. Now let me tell you something. Don't allow them to take our brother's words out of context.
Right.
That land doesn't belong to you, Elon Musk. It doesn't belong to the oppressor that stole, killed, stealed, and destroyed to get it either.
You damn bored.
And the justice of the people of South Africa is their business. Let me tell you something. You don't break into somebody's house. You don't break into somebody's land and then tell them how to deal with you. You mind your own business. You don't even have to worry about it. My name is Vicky Diller, beloved. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it below. Be sure to check out my school at VickyPlanet.com. That's my website, VICKIPlanet.com. I can't wait to see you.
Man, that was a good little bill.
Yeah. All right, what are your thoughts on that? Yeah.
What are my thoughts?
Yeah.
You know, look, like he's like proverbial fucking, you know, rock in the glass house. The audacity of it all. I mean, like he's a visitor. He comes from another place, and not even another place, but he's a colonizer in another spot. You know what I mean? Come over here and try to, wreak havoc everywhere. He's gonna try to wreak havoc everywhere.
Yeah.
He makes crappy ass motherfucking rockets, cars, and like anything that's attached to him is just shit.
Yeah.
Like, you can tell by the whole Twitter thing.
Yeah.
Like when he's permanently took my shit. I don't give a fuck. I did a little bit, but not really, because it was kind of like permanently.
Yeah.
Like that's some bullshit.
Impossible.
Right? But then I think to myself, like, I ain't tripping. It's on the Boers Network. You know? As I call it, the Boers Network now.
Yeah.
Right. But he has the biggest set of fucking baby Kiwis to be doing all of this. Like, he and everybody's mix. He has have you really heard him talk? Like, he sounds like he got like a motherfucking like a little slur, a little lisp. You know what I mean? Like, he just sounds all fucked up. Like, I was trying to place where I heard that. Where I heard him talking like at the Oval Office and shit. And you're like, God damn, man, like, take the dick out your mouth. You're like, Jesus Christ, talk better. I think that he knows exactly what he's doing. The fact that there is not, when you come on the RVA, where on places that are really good to put all of this shit like to rest, really. I think he should be like stripped of everything. Like everything. I put liens on all his accounts and other, even in foreign nations, like offshore banking. I would strip him of all his contracts. I would light every motherfucking Tesla product on fire in front of him. I would take every asset from every bitch he ever had, his mama, if she was still alive, his motherfucking daddy, whoever. He'd be sharing a box next to motherfucking Giuliani. I mean, not even sharing a coat. It's really bad. And you'd be without a nation. Like, you would be without, country. You wouldn't be able to come here, and you wouldn't be able to go there. And you wouldn't be able to flex his stupidity either. I think that it's very important that he gets like kind of him, Trump, anybody else who kind of enables it should get punished on all kind of levels, because they're doing some strong arm bullying, which isn't really diplomatic. But we're playing like country monopoly. He's doing a lot of fuckery, and when you think about it, like things might not directly affect us, but on some level, like when you look at FEMA, the website down, or Medicaid, or you kind of worry about Social Security for your elders, whatnot. Certain things might not affect me like personally, but might affect my parents. That are on retirement. Or they go to the VA. Things like that. The federal worker, they're like, man, you just doing too much, and yet, as they're doing all of this, people are still like, well, what about the eggs? I'm like, God damn, man, that's all we talk about. Is that all we're really gonna be mad about? I mean, the fact that like these alleged, secrets and whatnot, like they're in everything. But if you really want to believe that, you have to think about it. Really think about it hard. Use your logic. When you ever had private privacy on any level.
Not since 9/11.
It actually could have got hacked, stolen anytime. I mean, look, just me and Jesse's got our shit done this year.
Yeah.
And it was on a program level.
Yeah.
You know, I called my brother's father. He's like, man, they just I go get my bread back. So, you know, these kind of things have already happened. They've already tapped the banks a couple times. But I think it's mostly fear as a distraction from the lack of ice drama. And I think that, you know, too, like, we fucking around with South African with South Africa, you know, like Malema and anything else like that. Like, you ain't ready for that. You ain't built for that. And you know, hide over here behind, you know, you're not hiding for so much. Eventually your bullshit is gonna come, you know, full circle. And you have to go back to something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have to go back to something. And
for his ass back.
Currently, like, it's one thing to be a villain. It's another thing to be like, you're like, oh, what's his name? Oh my god.
Yeah.
You're like, he's just you're like, that's all. That's if there was a word to that. You're like, oh my god. You know what I mean? And it's not really nothing that they're doing really is kind of impressive, or I think it's just all like, god damn, man, how many little black executive orders the fucking Trump have? He's just writing them down. And keep in mind, it's take up to 1 to 6 months for any of that shit to like really move around. And it's kind of like what I said earlier, why we're not getting involved in these little protests and shit. I've been watching them. We've been watching them online and our state houses. You don't see no black people.
Nope.
Which I'm not gonna lie, I'm very proud of us.
Yeah.
Super fucking proud of us. Because even though this shit it could get gritty, however, you know, it can't be from where we started from. So it can't be that bad, and we were more apt to get it from the ground anyway. So I don't know where we're tripping. But just sitting back watching these protests, like the ones with the day of immigration, and then all the shit that's going on at the state houses and whatnot. I'm like, man, this is all them. And they know they're like looking around, there's not one black person out there. Unless there's one on the ground filming. And it's just one. You know what I mean? And all that salt. And so, I'm kind of proud of us. I'm proud of us not getting involved. I don't think we should get involved at all, because this is just distractional shit. Like, certainly somebody has to, well, when you catch the RVA, gotta put all those questions in. But in my mind, I was thinking before I found the answer, I was thinking, God damn, man, certainly somebody gotta be having enough testicular fortitude to be like, hell no, give me your visitor's pass.
Right.
You know what I mean? Fuck you. Give me your visitor's pass. You bad for the White House. You know what I mean? Yeah, matter of fact, let me take your computers, your phone, everything like that. I don't know what you've been over here spying on, but I'm gonna take it as a threat to the White House and just snatch his visitor pass. You know what I mean? Like, why hasn't anybody did it? He got to pass through security.
Yeah.
Why didn't anybody just turn around and throw him against the wall, frisk him, and take all his shit? You know what I mean? Start mine. I'm gonna take this phone. I'm gonna take this fucking laptop. I'm gonna take this fucking hard drive. I'm gonna take this thumb drive. I'm gonna take these motherfucking weird ass meta glasses you probably wear. Any fucking hearing devices, take your shoes, just in case.
Yeah.
Your belt, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, it's all mine. Your wallet, anything, you know, like a square card. And I don't care, your beeper, whatever the fuck that fucking plug in your ass, it's just fucking radiating fucking snitch shit. I'm taking that too. You read your little pass of Starlink so you can't man anything from afar. Taking it. I'm frisking your kid and all your guests. Mine. Real shit.
Stinky kid.
But you gotta go through security.
Yeah.
You got a whole wand and everything. Like, why didn't anybody just stop him right there at the gates? Like, oh yeah. Sorry, Mr. Musk. Your visitor pass and your clearance to the elevator has been revoked. Get your motherfucking Dutch ass out of here. Too many white folk in the White House today. We can't afford one more, you know?
So moving along, Lady Che. Trump threatens 100% tariffs on BRICS nations. Why FBAs can't stop talking about race. Is BRICS dead?
BRICS. We want to go there. Well, the reason why BRICS was created was because of the United States. The United States has a habit of, if you don't do what we tell you to do, we're going to put some economic sanctions on you, right? And these economic sanctions, you may say, well, why everybody listen to America? Well, this is what it is. So in order for your credit card payments to go through in the world, is ran on the SWIFT system. And on the SWIFT system, if your country is removed from the SWIFT system, nobody can really pay you through any kind of credit card on the SWIFT system, because that's a global system. So once you get removed from the SWIFT system, when people travel to the country, let's say like Americans, they can't really use their credit cards. They can't do anything. When they have economic sanctions, you can't send money to that country through your bank. Now, maybe you can do it on a world remit or Sendwave or them kind of things like that, right? If you can. But, well, no, you can send money to countries that's sanctioned, like Zimbabwe, on certain apps, right? Because, yeah, I know you can, because in the past, we had people that that did some content here from Zimbabwe, and we paid them, that way. But just like selecting Zimbabwe as directly from an American bank to Zimbabwe, no, that just would not happen. So it affects you all the way around. If any country, the way the United States does their sanctions, if any country work with you, right, then they say, oh, well, that country is helping you evade sanctions, so we're going to sanction them too, right? If anybody gives you some sort of loan or whatever, they're going to get sanctioned as well. You understand? So it's a very bullying and predatory way. But who is this one country? Just let's look at the grand scheme of things. We have 190 plus countries throughout the world. Why this one country, our country, can tell anybody throughout the world, another sovereign country, what to do? That's no different than like you own a home and somebody in another state can tell you what to do in your house. And if you don't do what they say in your house, then they're going to fix it where, all your lights get cut off, your water get cut off, everything. You can't get cable, you can't get internet, you can't get nothing at your house because they said you didn't do what they told you to do. Now, most people think like, what the hell is that? Well, that's like equivalent to that. If somebody try to help you with lights, if somebody try to help you with some food, if they want to help you, in that situation, then, they're going to do it to them too, right? Now, most people say that's wrong. Most people say that. You look at Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe got sanctioned because how dare Robert Mugabe at the time took their land back from 4,000 white farmers, 4,000 of them. They took the land back. And for 4,000 white folks, they've been sanctioned ever since Mugabe is dead and gone, okay? And they still have, the United States and the EU still have sanctions on Zimbabwe. Because anytime, if you notice in history with these people, Haiti got their freedom from the French, the white folk, and they have been making Haiti suffer ever since. Zimbabwe got their land back from the folks. They've been making them suffer ever since. They even tried to pay them folks money. Like say, look, we'll give them money just to get the sanctions off. They still haven't taken the sanctions off. And what's despicable, that Barack Hussein Obama, he was in there 8 years and he didn't even remove the sanctions off of Zimbabwe. He kept renewing the sanctions on Zimbabwe. Right? So what kind of so-called black he was, but we know he wasn't black, because FBA, if they had an FBA president was like, man, come on, man, we ain't gonna do that to them people. Come on, I'm getting rid of that today. And the president could end the sanctions today if he wants to. Obama didn't even do it, right? So all these countries got together and said, okay, we got to work together, because who is this one country to tell all of us what to do? Like we're not no punks. So that's when the original people got together: Brazil, Russia, India, China, then South Africa was added. Jacob Zuma, former President Jacob Zuma, is the reason why South Africa got in BRICS. So it was just mostly those countries, right? Then later, other countries start being added. They've been adding more and more countries to BRICS. So if you look at the countries that's in BRICS, it's most so inclusive. You got Latino countries, Arab countries in BRICS now, African countries. Of course, you got, I say China as an Asian country. You got Russia. That's white Russians, right? But it's actually inclusive. The Democrats' word that they are actually inclusive. But the old world order is no. The United States and the European powers dominate the world, and the rest of you better fall in line. So BRICS is more so for them a threat to their global domination. And because BRICS been saying we need to come up with a currency to trade among ourselves and up in the dollar, because we're tired of the US dollar dominating all our countries and our currencies. This is more so what Trump is talking about. He's talking about playing with the dollar. That's what he means. Like they actively are trying to figure out ways where they don't have to trade in US dollar, coming up with their own currency, all of that. You remember Muammar Gaddafi? He wanted to have a currency on the African continent. He wanted a gold dinar and made out of gold and not this fiat currency that's out here with the USD. And because Muammar Gaddafi wanted to have a fiat currency, that would have literally bankrupt the Western world overnight if he would have pulled that off. That's why they had to lie on this man, say he was harming his own people. They let terrorists run over and take the life of that man. Muammar Gaddafi was trying to send $5 million. You can go look this up. He was trying to send $5 million to the minister to help FBAs. He was like, look, man, you doing good work. I want to send this $5 million over here to help FBAs in the community. Well, the United States government blocked the transaction from Muammar Gaddafi to send to the minister to help FBAs. Then the minister talked about this. He said Muammar Gaddafi called and said, hey, well, send one of your sons or send some representative to come to Libya. We'll give you the money, then bring it on back. And like the minister, like, nah, it's gonna be way too. It'll be too many problems to do that. I appreciate it. It's gonna be way too many. You know what I'm saying? Like blocking. I'm like, he wasn't giving them money for no terrorism. He was giving them money to help FBAs, right? I mean, how many African leaders have you heard do that? Want to give money to help FBAs right here in America? Right. So, but the funny part is, think about the FBAs. There's one sister on TikTok. I saw a video recently, and she was saying, "Hey, China, if you really want to make them people mad in America, start financially supporting FBAs. Watch what happens. Support our businesses. Help us do different things here in America to be self-sufficient and partner with us, and watch how they act." I'm like, oh yeah, boy, they'll be making a big deal about that if Chinese start helping FBAs financially. Oh shoot, man, they'll come up with some new laws real quick, man.
Yeah, some manipulative shit like some law.
Yeah. You're right. Say the minister didn't want to risk Gaddafi's life, but hey, Barack Obama. He had a hand in that, because Barack Obama could have called that off. He could have said, no, don't do that. Leave that man alone. We'll work out something with diplomacy or something like that. We're not going to do this. And look at Libya. Libya has been a hellhole. It has been an utter hell ever since. Now, Trump or nobody's talking about Libya, but you talking about Ukraine and Russia. He only talking about that, just keeping it 100. He being on code. He's seeing their people constantly dying in a war, and he know good and well that they already struggling. They got struggle birth rates. He knows that, so he can't be affording them to keep doing that, right? Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. Oh yeah, Danielle, they will go crazy. They will be trying to charge FBAs with not registering as foreign agents. They'll be trying to say that FBAs are being spies for the CCP. Oh man, they'll be having all kind of things they'll say about FBAs, but they know that FBAs was being funded, by Chinese in any kind of way. So listen, if the Chinese was, let's say some sisters wanted a big conglomerate of braid shops, and the Chinese was like, okay, only thing I ask you, just maybe you can, Chinese New Year, if you can celebrate, or Or maybe you can have the menu in English and Mandarin, and a couple of things. Just give us some concessions, but hey, we'll help fund it. Man, them folks will be so hot they find that mess out. Man,
like big dreams of grandeur.
Man, I'm telling you, they don't want nobody helping us because they already know Africa. Let's call it what it is. African countries not gonna do it. I'm just gonna keep it 100. I haven't seen one yet, but they only help their own people. So let me not say that like they help their own. A lot of them don't help their own. Now, let's get to the next thing I wanted to talk about. This goes back and now this goes into the second part I want to deal with, it kind of chew on a little bit. Why FBAs always talking about race? Okay, we're gonna get into talking about a subject that I don't get into too much, but this is a subject I'm more passionate about. Be honest with you. So let me play this video from CNBC, and then about CNBC, that's more so the investment money platform, right? Yeah. This is a video from 2022. Mm-hmm. And now this is about race, okay? But I want y'all to listen to this.
Reached a record $1.6 trillion in 2021. The ability to buy, save, and invest more than doubling since 2000. That growth exceeding the full U.S. economy, but actually lagging other ethnic groups. Latinos with a 288% increase. Asians with a 388% increase in spending power. However, other groups, they've also seen an increase in their net worth. Black Americans instead have seen their wealth actually fall by 14%. Mm-hmm. And with the S&P gaining 27% last year, the value of U.S. homes increasing by 31% last year. Many Black leaders are asking the Black community to really rethink how it spends.
Save money to purchase the most important asset you'll probably ever own, and that's your home. And that to me is equally important. As I said, I put it right up there with arguing or campaigning for or supporting voting rights.
I would love to see us spend more money in the stock market. Instead of buying the hottest new thing, buy the stock of the hottest new thing. And that's something that you can also pass down generation to generation.
Home ownership is typically the biggest wealth builder in the Black community. That's actually fallen more than 3% since 2000. And annually, Black families accumulate $300 billion less in wealth than white families, and they save $75 billion less. The racial wealth gap now at more than $11 trillion. Back over to you.
All right. So you heard them say that the racial wealth gap is $11 trillion. So if you ever talk about reparations, then trust me, these people know how much the racial wealth gap is. In order to close it, reparations would have to be $11 trillion. And that's at that time. Now they say Black folks, you're spending 1.6 trillion, but your overall net worth as a community was down 14%. Now, that means this, you're getting money. And notice they didn't say we were lazy. You notice that? Nobody accused us of being lazy. You can't make 1.6 trillion being lazy. Right. Lazy people make zero. Right. The lazy thing really got started after slavery. Yeah. Because we weren't working for free anymore. Mm-hmm. We have to say, no, if you pay me, they start calling us lazy. Yeah. That's when we became lazy because we want to be paid. But we was working for free, we were never lazy. And even if someone is lazy, what they got to do with me or you if someone's lazy? Matter of fact, I love lazy people. Shout out to the lazy people of the earth. I love lazy men. The reason why I love lazy men, because that's one man I don't have to compete with. That's one man I don't have to try to taking resources or whatever away from what I'm trying to do. So I love lazy men and women. I love y'all. God bless the lazy.
Jesus.
Because I don't like people in my way anyway. So when you're speaking about race, why are we talking about race? Well, why shouldn't we when we are making 1.6 trillion, and yet the other side has $11 trillion surplus over us, and it keeps growing more and more and more that we would never catch up with. Now, with all this stuff with Doge, y'all been seeing, right? Let's go ahead on and get something up on the screen real quick. Long time ago, I told y'all that when it comes to reparations, I told y'all that reparations, when they talk about not paying reparations, because, oh, you don't need it and this and that and the third. Well, this is the Doge tracker site. Now, they've been going through the Department of Education as of recently. Now, when I told you they didn't want to pay reparations due to anti-Black racism, not money, so many people been getting broke off from the United States government, but they told you and me they don't have money to be paying reparations anyway, right? So if you go look at, let's start going up with the Department of Education. Well, they updated this. So the Trump administration federal buyout program, $37.5 billion, because the judge say it's cool, is good to go. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services contract, $182 million. These are millions, folks. It's not 100,000. A Department of Education DEI training grant, $15 million. And these grants are awarded to different private business and companies. And we know that Black FBAs, we are only getting, 3 to 4% of government contracts. The majority of the contracts are going to the folks. This is why they stay ahead of us. Look at this. Wasteful contracts for 35 agencies, $250 million. National Institute of Health Research Administrative Overhead, $4 billion with a B. 29 Department of Education DEI grants terminated, which that goes to private companies, $101 million. 89 Department of Education contract terminated. They got $881 million back. It terminated some from the Department of Agriculture. Empowering LGBTQIA refugees in Greece, 25,000. They canceled a lot of media, DEI, and consulting. And then most of this goes to private companies. Like when I said about private companies, the New York Times, a private company, but they was getting 1.6 million a year in subscription cancellations. Or Associated Press was getting 20 million, right? Politico with NASA, $500,000. See what I'm saying? They have one up here that canceled the EPA media and DEI contract cancellation. You look at these are in the millions, 45 million. Department of Education contract to coordinate Zoom and in-person meetings. Like really? 4.6 million for that. Contract to write a report that showed that prior reports were not utilized by schools. 3 million. Contract to physically observe mailing and clerical operations, 1.4 million. EPA Environmental Justice Grant to the Climate Justice Alliance canceled, 50 million. See these companies that get all this money, the Climate Justice Alliance. Department of Education grants to 4 equity assistance centers, 33 million. So what I'm saying is, by showing you this, ladies and gentlemen, is these people have the money to pay reparations. They just don't, because of anti-Black racism, not because they don't have the money to do so. And these people know based on your spending habits, right? They know as soon as you get it, you spend it. They know this. And they know if you were to get reparations, you would probably, a lot of people just give it right back to them in the area of spending. Some people won't. Some people will take the money, grow their businesses, do whatever the case may be, right? But they don't want you to have it because they want to keep that $11 trillion wealth gap ahead. So you never can catch up. To me, I don't care about somebody calling me a name. I care more about economics. Because with economics, you can grow your family, you can grow your business, you can have a better quality of life, you can invest, you can have vacation, you can put your kids through school if you like, you can do whatever what you want to do through economics, money. Dr. Claude Anderson had preached economics to us forever, and a lot of us just did not listen to him. When he mentioned about illegal immigration, he said them migrants are coming to compete with you, and they're not your friend. And everything about the migrants is economics. What did the Biden administration do? He gave them money, economics. All that money was going to those migrants. What that lady did with the FEMA, sending $59 million to the hotels. For who? The migrants. These people have money to pay reparations. And what's being exposed is the Democrats. This, to me, makes the Democrats look worse because they claim they are our friends. They understand our struggle, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they so quick to call somebody a Nazi and everything else. But when they in power, Black folks not getting a freaking thing. The Boulay may get a little bit. You know, listen, the little money Boulay Martin got, the little money Al Sharpton got, is pennies compared to what all these white folks are getting. I'm hearing about these charities, the Catholic charities getting millions of dollars, some of them getting billions of dollars. Everybody getting money off this government.
Mm-hmm.
But let a sister need some Section 8 and some food stamps. Oh my God.
Yeah,
that's the worst thing ever. For a sister to get Section 8 and some food stamps. When these people getting money in the millions and billions.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I don't want to ever hear nobody complain about no black folk getting no food stamps or Section 8 when all this stuff been going on in the millions and billions about what these folks are getting. Listen, these folks believe in welfare. They just don't want you to get it. And the welfare you're getting is pennies.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting. You're getting pennies. You're not getting the millions. Elon Musk himself has federal contracts. Everybody getting money from the government, but the moment you do it, oh my God, them black people just lazy. Now, let me maybe you saw this before, but let me put you in remembrance of something else while we keep talking about race. And remember, for me, it's more about economics. Racism has cost the U.S. $16 trillion. Now, that was by Citigroup. Citigroup, you know, one of the big banks. So they say America could have been 16 trillion richer if not for inequities in education, housing, wages, and business investment between black and white Americans over the past 20 years. The study released, it said this week by the Citigroup, is the latest in a body of research that attempts to quantify the economic impact of systemic racism. Yes, we're going to continue to talk about race because we're financially impacted by it. Racism harms us financially. Why aren't we going to talk about it?
Yeah, why wouldn't we?
Citigroup arrived at a 16 trillion figure after estimating that black workers, you know, those of us who work every day, have lost 113 billion with a B, y'all, in potential wages over the past 2 decades because they couldn't get a college degree. 113 billion in our community could went a long way.
Yeah.
The housing market, okay, which we don't own, but the housing market lost 218 billion in sales because black applicants couldn't get home loans. Think about that. Anti-black racism harms America. And yet they're still so invested in it. The reason why they're $36 trillion in debt is because of anti-black racism. They could be $36 trillion surplus if they wouldn't be so anti-black racist. Hence to why we got to talk about racism. About 13 trillion in business revenue never flowed into the economy because black entrepreneurs couldn't access bank loans. Repeat that again. 13 trillion in business revenue never flowed into the economy because black entrepreneurs couldn't access bank loans. And let me tell y'all about that real quick. Let me get back on the screen. It is hard, and I know verbatim, it is hard for black entrepreneurs to get business loans, home loans. They give you a car loan though. Oh, they give black people a car loan all day long. They have no problem giving you a car loan. But when it's time for you to go get a house, when it's time for you trying to get a loan to go expand your business, right? Say, okay, I need some capital to expand my business. So let me see if I can get this loan. They put you through so many different things. You can go through the SBA. Okay, you go through your bank with the SBA 7A loan, or maybe on time is a little easier, maybe on disaster loans, but it's not really the normal one you're getting. You want the regular 7A loan, right? Oh, you got to have so much. You got to have personal returns, business returns. You got to have a 700 credit score. You got to have, it's so many different things they throw at you. Not to say that people don't get the loan, but it's just not an easy and streamlined process. And we know the banks, it's been proven, the banks have been very discriminatory against black borrowers. Even if they got everything I'm discussing, like they got all the requirements, it's been proven that they have denied homes to black people with all the requirements and business loans. And because of that, you have predatory loans who are out there giving money to small businesses, predatory loans, okay? These predatory loans, man, they give the money like a day or two. but the terms are so bad. They want you to pay them back once a week. That's how they want weekly payments, not monthly, weekly. And the interest is skyrocket. But sometimes people get caught in that because you need the money, but you don't got time to even go through all this BS process. So that's what creates the not only the predatory small business lenders, even on the smaller scale, the predatory payday loans and all them pawn shops and all these things that's more so predatory. And a lot of black people suffer with that. Why? Because we can't get the funding we need because of anti-black racism. Okay. Now let me pick something up real quick, and I'll talk about myself here for a minute. It'll say what's more. Let's say U.S. could have had $5 trillion in gross domestic product (GDP) over the next 5 years if those gaps and others were closed today. It's a racial inequality has always had outsized costs. It's a one that was thought to be paid only by underrepresented groups. It's a Citigroup banking chair Raymond McGuire said in a statement, what this report underscores is that this tariff is levied on us all. It said the Federal Reserve data showed the white households network grew 43% to 61,200 between 1995 and 2016, while it remained flat at 35,400 for black families. That's not a natural occurrence. That is not natural. That is done by design. Moody's Investor Service found that 44% of black households own their homes in 2019 compared to 74% of white households. So basically the majority of black people rent. They don't even own. That's a lot of the issue. The study highlights the real cost of longstanding discrimination against minority groups, especially against black people, and particularly in the U.S. Of course, they talk about the McKinsey study releases for how these and other inequities have reduced the nation's wealth. So all this harms America, all of this, but they don't care. Listen, they are so dedicated to anti-black racism. They rather America be in debt and suffer than to see black people. But we know that's the history of this country. We don't have universal health care because when they were telling them about it, say, hey, is black people gonna get it? Well, yeah, we gotta give it to everybody. Oh no. I'd rather be sick and die before I see a black person have universal health care. That's how dedicated they are. Now, realistically speaking, and many of you probably that has businesses or stuff like that, you just know I could be 10 times ahead, maybe even 20 times ahead right now if I was a straight white male. I'll be 20 times ahead because I would have the privilege to do that. Because when you got the privilege, then you get the bank loans, you get the home loans, you get the benefit of the doubt, all that stuff that comes with, being Caucasian, right? As a black person, you have to work harder, you have to be smarter, you have to take the little bit that you have, then you got to navigate. You got to navigate the hard that's been done to our community, and they have worked so hard in our community that we have a lot of self-hate in our community. We do. We're jealous of each other when we shouldn't be jealous of each other at all. We all in the same position collectively. We still dealing with the trauma of Jim Crow slavery. We're still dealing with that trauma. We're still dealing with it. It's not over with. The only way you can get rid of that, you have to literally close that racial wealth gap and put us where we need to be. And they're not invested in that. So you're going to still deal with that trauma even after all these years, right? Then they gaslight you the whole time and say, oh, well, you don't have nothing because you're lazy. You don't want to work. And we all know that's farthest from the truth. We all work hard, right? As black Americans. Some of the hardest people I know work hard. These other groups talking about, we work hard. We do this, we do that. But yet you didn't work hard in your own homeland? That's the only question I always have for them. Like, if you're such a hard worker, why you didn't work back where you come from? We build your houses. We do this and that. Why you didn't build your houses in your homeland? So that's why I don't even want to hear them talk about hard work. Black people are very, very hard working. I know you are. Now laziness is in every community, but black people are very hard working, and they don't get the promotions they're supposed to get. They don't get the raises they're supposed to get. They don't get the chance in business. You in certain ways, yeah, you got to play the game in business. Sure, I get that. Now, but I will say, the only place I've ever felt that I could do things a lot quicker and more efficient, just for me, in my experience, is doing business in the African continent. Yes, there's a lot of risk of doing it over there, but you can get a whole lot more done, a lot efficient than you can do here, because here we are at a disadvantage as FBAs. These folks run this system. No matter what you say, they run it. And because they run it, they're always trying to sabotage us. No matter what you do in this country, you can go buy 100 acres of land today and try to go set up a whole little community. They're going to still try to figure out how to finesse you out there. They're going to try to say, oh, no. Them FBAs, they getting way too, oh, no. Let's run a railroad through that area. Let's go take that from them and say eminent domain. You understand? Oh, FBAs, you can't have that land no more because we got to run some oil pipelines through there. Them people dirty. They'll go run an oil pipeline or a railroad right through your area, take it from you. Yeah, they give you the money, but forget the money. The fact is, your land is gonna be worth more with time than the money they give you right then and there. But that's how these people get down. Like that black family in Georgia right now that's fighting for their 600 acres of land that the judge said, oh, yep, a railroad can go through the land, so yep, they can take the land, eminent domain. That's the stuff I'm talking about. At least from what I've found out, at least in other countries, if you get land, you pay for it. Of course, you do it through the right means. We're not talking about giving money to a scammer. You have to worry about property taxes. It's your land. If you come in there setting up businesses, hiring the locals, people appreciate you for it. That's the only thing I'm saying. Just a difference what I say. I understand you can make a lot of money in America. Oh, yes, you can. But the fact is, this country has a anti-black racism as the law of the land. And it don't matter. See, one thing I don't like what people do, yeah, y'all see Trump and them with all that racism. Okay, why didn't it get better for us under Obama? Why didn't all these anti-black racist policies didn't go away under Obama? He was in there for 8 years. He didn't make it go away. He had 2 full terms. And when he first got in there, he had the House and the Senate. He didn't make nothing go away for black folk. He kept the status quo going of anti-black racism the whole 8 years. Then, okay, Trump got in. Okay, now Biden gets in. Remember, they supposed to be our friends, the Democrats. Biden gets in. And Biden doesn't do anything either. He had Kamala sitting up there. Didn't do anything. Kept the status quo of anti-black racism and financial policies that harm FBAs. So when people talk about, oh, Trump, oh, you look at the MAGA, and they're like, no. What about the Democrats? We've been giving all our votes to Democrats. Not the Republicans, the Democrats. And the Democrats haven't done crap to alleviate these policies. Haven't done nothing. But Barack Obama sure did DACA. He did that. Now, Cynthia over here says FBA is our time to stand on strictly 100 business. It's for the future of our own black generational wealth. And let me tell y'all something else about that. Like the piece that said earlier on CNBC, y'all gotta really deal with your self-esteem, because a lot of FBA spending is related to self-esteem. Some of y'all will go buy a Mercedes Benz because, oh, I got this Mercedes. Oh, and you get all the looks in some people in the community. Oh, a guy get a Mercedes, or a woman get a Mercedes. Oh, that's the epitome of luxury, and it's just a car. But then you do the research of the top brands that last you the longest, and Mercedes Benz not even in the bunch. Not even in the bunch. Not Mercedes. You can go listen to mechanics on TikTok talk about Mercedes and say, yeah, that car may last you up to 100,000 before you have a lot of problems. You know the top 2 vehicles I researched that last you the longest? Toyota 250 to 300,000 miles. Honda, 250,000 miles plus. That's the top two. Number 3, Lexus. That's still a Toyota deal. So, but let's say affordability, just a Toyota or Honda. But we got black folks driving G-Wagons. Why did you buy the G-Wagon? For what? Is it going to last? What are you going to do with it? We're going to spend money on all these clothes and shoes, and you always got to look good. I'm not saying don't look presentable, but some of you go blow money on so many different things. Remember, if you got 1.6 trillion, then it's like my grandfather said, your money be in your hand like it's on fire. That's how you spend your money. And what he meant by that is, if something's on fire, you try to hurry up and get it out your hand because it's on fire, it's burning you. So your money is burning your hand. So you so quickly just to give it to whoever. You go spend money on restaurants. You pride yourself on spending money on restaurants. You pride yourself spending money on certain trips that you probably can't even afford. And then we have no savings as a people. We have no savings. We don't have nothing to pass our kids. Then our kids trying to bury us when we die because we just tricked off all our money. We didn't even save no money to get an insurance policy. They even put us in the ground. Our kids are trying to ask people can you donate something because my daddy died or my mama died. That sort of thing. We got to get better at that, man. We got to stop tricking off our money so much because we don't have nothing as a people, but we getting listen, what if we took half of that 1.6 trillion, saved that money? Like during COVID, y'all saved a lot of money during COVID. Y'all really did. And the folks in the corporations was like just itching for y'all to get back outside. Personally, I said this. I wanted the lockdowns to last another 6 months. I think things would have really been better if we'd have been locked down at least for one good year. Because black folks had a lot of money. They weren't spending it. The women wasn't going to the nail shops and the hair, not going to the clubs, not wasting money on alcohol. People weren't just doing a lot of just frivolous spending. They was actually saving that money. And they was stacking a lot of bread. And during the pandemic, black folks were creating so many businesses during the pandemic. And I'm like, bro, why are they letting people back outside again? Man, let people stay inside just for 6 more months and then let them outside. Right, man. Black folks, that'd have been great for us. It actually was great for us to lock down because you didn't see no police brutality cases because black folks would know around the police. They couldn't listen. That was the only time that we were truly, you mentioned, separated from the folks because we were nowhere around and they didn't like that. They did not. If you remember back in that time, they were even talking about it like we don't see black people. Yeah, why are you looking for us for? Because we were literally just staying in our house. I wish we kind of go back to that. We just chill in our house, do our thing, save our money, man. But it don't make no sense that we getting 1.6 trillion, but we broke. It's because we giving it up. Nobody's robbing us for it. Yeah, Jonathan said collective economics. Yes, collective economics. Is it fast? I'd like to change my username on the app. Having trouble getting it done. You need to go through on the website. They have a contact tab and select technical and write it up. Then it goes directly to them that way. And that's the best way to do it. But anyway, this year, when you get vehicles, some of y'all want these Range Rovers, piece of trash vehicle. We got AI now. We got ChatGPT. We got DeepSeek. I use AI all the time to do a lot of research. I love the research through the AI. I love it. And it gives me so much pertinent information that Google can't even give me. Like Google to me is obsolete at this point, especially with AI now. It's just so obsolete. Find out, do some research, find out about, even if you're trying to save certain amounts of money, you can ask AI questions about that, how to do it or whatever, how to appropriate it, how to save a certain amount of money, how to, certain projections for your business. You can ask the AI about that too. You can double check the AI, make sure AI is correct. I would say do that. But yeah, take advantage of the modern technology that could help us out. You know, the interest, I'm gonna tell y'all something I did on the AI. I thought that was the most interesting thing. So I asked, based on Dr. Martin Luther King's ideology, how would he view modern America today? And the way it responded, I was like, wow, it makes a lot of sense. So basically what he was saying is Dr. King would be happy about the progress we've had, that we made a lot of progress since he's passed away, but he would be mortified about the racial wealth gap even bigger than what it was when he was alive. He wouldn't like some of the degeneracy that's in our society that was not there when he was alive. So he would be disappointed about that. He would still not like the fact that we didn't get our check, that part, that we still struggling. Say the mass incarceration he would be shocked about because we wasn't mass incarcerated like that during his lifetime. It was so many things he was breaking down about how Dr. King would be more mortified about today than it was when he was alive. And I said, man, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. You know, because a lot of things has happened after he died. That's been horrible for FBAs. Horrible. And you know how we got him mass incarcerated is because of the Democrats. But every time you bring that up, you know, and let me finish. I'm gonna finish this off because I'm running out of time. The Democrats has done us so wrong, but if you speak against the Democrats, then me and others must be paid by the far right or Republicans. That's the only response to it. Not that you're wrong, not that it didn't happen, not that everything you're saying is just no, because this is the right information. No. It's never that. It's you being paid. Okay. If you was brought into a court of law and you tell a judge, okay, judge, this person accused me of being paid by far right groups, Republicans, or Trump himself. That's a lie. What evidence do they have, Your Honor? And tell them to prove it. And then in the court of law, they would say, okay, well, if Phil being paid, what evidence do you have? Like, what evidence? How is he paid? Who paid him? How much they paid him? What would be the reason? What would be the terms of the agreement, right? And if they did pay him, what was it for? A good of service? What was it for advocacy? What is it? Like, what was he actually paid for? Was he paid for advertising? Was he paid for consulting? What was he paid for if he was paid? And these people say that, but if they was actually put on the spot in the court of law, for instance, they couldn't answer it because there's no way to prove anything. Because I always tell people this: if you think I'm ever paid by Trump, go to his FEC report. He got a report like Kamala was paying everybody, and you find out because of her FEC report on FEC.gov. You go look at Trump's too. You can see everybody that was paid. I always tell people that, go check it out. No, I'll talk about the Democrats for free because of the evil they've done to my people. That's why I talk about them for free. Ain't nobody got to pay me. I have no problem talking about what they have done or they have not done for FBAs. It was during my lifetime I saw the 1994 crime bill. I was a teenage kid during that time. And I seen a year later the mass incarceration of FBAs. Okay? I seen it. Like right now, they're doing the mass deportations of the immigrants, the illegal ones. I seen how 12 was running up in people's house and arresting everybody. Whole families getting arrested. And the Democrats was the reason it happened. It was the Democrats. It wasn't the Republicans. It was the Democrats. Joe Biden, he was the leader of that bill. Bill Clinton was the president at that time, and he signed it. So don't tell me nothing about Democrats. They ain't mass incarcerated nobody since then. Now, Shockwave the Truth say Democrats found out to corrupt us through the Negro minister. If you can control a man's thinking, you don't have to worry about his acting. It's true. Yeah, if you control a man, you control it all. You control his spending, control his speech. You control everything of that man or woman. I'm thanking God that some of the hold the Democrats I have are starting to loosen on Black Americans. I'm happy about that. But the work is still ongoing. The work is still ongoing. I had a person leave a comment. I used to really, I like how you was talking with lately. You've been talking about stuff with Trump. Okay, I'm talking about stuff with Trump. What am I saying actually? What am I saying that's untrue? What am I saying that's what am I saying? So I always ask the question, but no one can answer that. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not even a Republican. I'm politically independent. So I can talk about Trump. I can talk about Democrats. I can talk about whoever I want to do. Now, if you want to go to a pro-shield platform, there's plenty of shields you go listen to. Go listen to them and have at it. It's your right to do that. But over here, we don't coddle the Democrat Party because the Democrat Party is a party of anti-Black racism. So I'm not going to coddle that party. I'm not. It's just not going to happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. Really appreciate it. Make sure to join us tomorrow on the app, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time on the AD&C app. Make sure you download that in the Google Play and Apple App Store. Make sure, ladies and gentlemen, that you take advantage of the Black History Month promo, like I said, for the annual BH Month 20. Like I said, because we're coming up on almost 2 weeks to go and that promo will be over with. So jump on it now. We also, if you want to get a lifetime membership, hey, you pay that one time and that's it. You're a lifetime member of everything we got going on. So definitely thank y'all for listening. We'll see you tomorrow on the AD&C app.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African Diaspora on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic and diverse perspectives, breaking news, and cultural insights. Immerse yourself in a community that celebrates unity, resilience, and progress. Experience the vibrancy of the diaspora at your fingertips. Don't miss out. Empower your perspective today. Search African Diaspora News Channel and join the conversation.
Peace, family. My name is Vicky Diller for African Diaspora News Channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Be sure to give the video a big thumbs up. And family, of course, look for my content every which way. Because so many of you ask me, where have I been? Or you say, welcome back, beloved. So just look for my content, okay? And you'll be able to find it here. Thank you so very much, family. I certainly have been covering South Africa for a few years now. Some of you all have been talking to me exactly about that. So it is absolutely prophetic. And certainly my commentary was foretelling because I kind of made a name for myself because most people weren't watching long hearings in the United States and exposing those hearings in the Foreign Affairs Committees and other similar places, exposing the United States plot against South Africa. That was me trying to sound the alarm a long time ago. And of course, we see that fight within the United States against South Africa, because it's certainly not the other way around, has certainly escalated by and through the Trump administration and his shields. Family, I want you to know that Elon Musk has taken his attacks against South Africa, and specifically our brother Julius Malema, who of course I've covered him as well here, to the next level. Just the other day, Elon Musk retweeted an article from our dear brother South Africa, and he retweets a video from this other guy by the name of Mario Nawfal, where it's talking about, quoting him, saying here about targeting the white South Africans, right? Trying to make our brother Julius Malema, look like a savage. Well, Elon Musk says with that tweet, with that video, he retweets it and says, quote, immediate sanctions for Malema and declaration of him as an international criminal. Can you all see it there? Not only that, family, he does another retweet, Elon Musk that is, and says this genocidal lunatic is the leader of a significant political party in South African parliament. Now, I want you all to know that more than 26 million people have watched that particular tweet. More than 44 million watched the other one. Now, let me tell y'all something. I did a broadcast. This was quite a long time ago. All you have to do is Google it. The receipts are always there because my commentary, even though some of you may have even disagreed with some of my commentary, because sometimes it's easy to miss the forest for the trees. In other words, sometimes it's possible to focus, it's possible to major on minor and minor on majors. It doesn't mean that the leadership in your country is upright in everything that they do and that they're not serious domestic issues that absolutely must be addressed and taken care of. I just want you to be discerning about the fact which ones are actually organic and that's actually coming up from the people, and which one of them are seeds of mess making from geopolitical forces. I say that because when I was covering some of the hearings, I was looking at some of both the white and black witnesses that this U.S. Congress brought to the United States to testify in some of their meetings. And some of the white folks that was testifying, some of them appeared to be what I call boer types that was talking crazy about your country. And then based on some of my research, I found that some of these white South Africans had access to some of our Congress folks here, and they're the ones that's in the ear of American politicians helping to shape the narrative about your country here. How many of y'all remember when I covered earlier, this is from this particular article, it's from The Economist. The headline here says, "Is Julius Malema the most dangerous man in Africa?" It says, there's a subtitle, "His party wants to nationalize all. He may become kingmaker." How many of you all remember hearing about that? I discussed that because that was from a year ago, February of 2024. Now, I'm bringing that up because I'm trying to show you, even though I've been covering South Africa even longer than that, I'm trying to show you how I was building on the fact that there is not an isolated, but rather a geopolitical plan and scheme to target South Africa. And a part of the reason for that is your connection, your rising and emerging leadership role on the world stage, as well as your connection and possible a new role in terms of the new global economy. Its connections to BLACC and some of its most prominent members like, yes, China and Russia. And even though President Ramaphosa, your former president, your former foreign minister, Dr. Naledi Pandor, I'm bringing up her because I did more coverage on her in times past. I saw where they were calling y'all's former first minister, a black woman, out of her name. How many of y'all remember that broadcast that I did where I showed you a clip of Dr. Naledi Pandor talking about that during one of her lectures? How many of you all know, since you all brought the case against Israel in the court, the ICC, that your country was also targeted? How many of you all know that before your recent elections, which was the first time, if I remember correctly, that the ANC didn't get more than 50%? How many of you all know that before the election, there were certain factions that were on the ground in your country to mess make and to exacerbate the natural disagreements that you have, that they were helping to take it to the next level because some of the forces out of some of the Israelis were threatening to mess making y'all's election? I'm just trying to see if y'all that's all I'm trying to see, if you're paying attention to some of the clues. There's a lot that's going on behind the scenes, and as a prophetic voice, that's what I do. I bring these things out. Shout out to our brother, Julius Malema. I won't give you the details on this now. I plan on doing a follow-up, but he basically told Elon Musk to go to hell. Talk black to me. Let me hit the gavel on that. Let me tell you all something. One of the beautiful parts that I love about your country is the fact that you have voices like his, energies like his. Because they don't even want you to tolerate a voice like his. They want everybody to be passive. They don't want any energy, any seed of resistance like that in South Africa, because it might become flammable. That energy might take hold. I think it's very good. I believe it's very strategic that the different political parties in your country still has his EFF party having a seat at the table. And I think that sort of energy is absolutely necessary. Shout out to our brother Julius Malema. And I'm going to tell y'all something. Y'all's white South African, Elon Musk, while he's sitting over here calling for international sanctions against our brother Julius Malema and consider him an international criminal. First of all, Elon Musty, nobody called for you and your 2 cents. You're not a judge. You don't run any international court to be putting your 2 cents in. And besides that, Elon Musk has already gotten in trouble with other global South nations. Other courts have worked against you, Elon Musk. So while you calling for him to be treated like an international criminal and taking what he said out of context, please understand, another country can target you too. You better be careful. Now let me tell you something. Don't allow them to take our brother's words out of context. That land doesn't belong to you, Elon Musk. It doesn't belong to the oppressor that stole, killed, stealed, and destroyed to get it either. And the justice of the people of South Africa is their business. Let me tell you something. You don't break into somebody's house. You don't break into somebody's land and then tell them how to deal with you. If you mind your own business, you don't even have to worry about it. My name is Vicky Diller, beloved. I can't wait to hear what you have to say about it below. Be sure to check out my school at VickyPlanet.com. That's my website, VICKIPlanet.com. I can't wait to see you.
Do not buy 12 Tribes on Earth hair growth oil and hair magic elixir unless you want super healthy, gorgeous hair that grows. They have a whole line of amazing hair growth products, including hair growth leave-in conditioner spray, hair growth shampoo, hair growth spray, and hair growth butter. I'm starting to sense a theme here. They include quality natural ingredients. They smell amazing, and you can see the results for yourself. So if you're looking for healthy hair growth for your natural or relaxed hair, try 12 Tribes on Earth today.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Homan just called out the governor of New York on Fox News and demanded that she be ousted from her position because she has made things very difficult for immigration to go in after many of these illegals. So I have a video clip I want you to listen to, and then I will be right back with the rest of my commentary.
You to address Governor Hochul is an embarrassment position she holds. She stands on media after someone's burned alive on a subway. She stands in front of TV camera and says, I think criminal aliens should be removed too. But she's got the green light law. The men and women of ICE and Border Patrol, when they pull a vehicle over, law enforcement, you're in law enforcement your whole career. What's the first thing you would do? You run the license plate number. Are these wanted? Is there warrant for these people? Who are they? Are they dangerous? Is that car stolen? All these things, right? Do you know ICE and CBP can't run DMV data on New York State license plate? So they're pulling over people not even know who the hell they are.
Is that the green light law?
The green light law. So she, on one point, she's saying, well, I think criminals should be removed too, but then she locks us out of DMV data. Right. That'd be like us locking officers out of NCIC, the Fed zone. Would we do that? No, because officer safety is paramount. She's putting the men and women at ICE at risk every day. The job's already dangerous. So Governor Hochul, she needs to be removed. Everybody needs to be removed, needs to be her. She supports sanctuary policy.
Wow, he didn't mince his words. He called for her ouster. Wow. You know, I know over the recent months, people have been calling for Mayor Eric Adams to get out of there and get rid of him, but he wasn't talking about him at all. And you saw how quiet he was sitting next to Tom Homan. Well, he's calling out the governor because he said the laws in New York makes it, you know, very difficult for them to carry out their jobs. And I'm not surprised. And y'all remember, this is the same governor that said Black children didn't even know what a computer was. This is the same one. And the one that put together a reparations task force that we never hear about. She put it together and got her little moment out in the media, and we haven't heard another thing about this reparations task force that she put together. And we know that's a load of just, it's garbage. No task force ever passed a single reparations bill in this country. So we know they're all BS, all of them. So back to this. Tom Homan is really upset with New York Governor Kathy Hochul and said she is an embarrassment. He called for her to be ousted from her position as governor over the sanctuary city status that New York has. It makes them hard. He said the agents, when they go in there, it makes it very hard for them to carry out their duties. So he raged while he was on Fox and Friends, and he was also there with Mayor Eric Adams, who was very quiet when Tom Homan started speaking. He said she needs to be removed. Homan laid into the governor over the state's green light law, which granted driver's license to illegal immigrants, but bans the DMV from providing the feds with personal information about the immigration status if they happen to pull them over. And that is New York's green light law. It's amazing. How do you go out of your way to create laws to help immigrants that shouldn't even be in the country? And there are people struggling right there in New York that she's not helping. The homeless, what they do is they get on the trains and they ride the trains all night long and sleep on the trains just to get out of the cold. It's absolutely ridiculous. You got all those homeless people, but you want to accommodate people that came over into the country illegally. And see, America, because you won't do right by the people, this is why judgment will be upon you. It will be. You'll take care of anything except for the people that are right here in your faces. So, under the 2019 law, inquiries into immigration status are banned, and the DMV is prohibited from sharing personal information with the feds and law enforcement unless ordered by a judge. So these illegals that got driver's license, when they get pulled over, they don't have to reveal anything. They don't have to reveal nothing. But you let it be one of us and it's a minor traffic violation, you can end up losing your life over a bunch of nothing. So Homan argues the law prevents ICE officers from running license plates in New York State during traffic stops, putting them in danger. She's putting men and women at risk every day, he said. The job is already dangerous. Adams, for his part, sat stone-faced as Homan railed against the governor. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if she heard the exchange. I'm sure she did. I'm sure she knows all about it. But she has not responded. The governor has not responded at all to what he said, but he dragged her butt pretty good on that show. So here are the facts. Our current laws allow federal immigration officials to access any DMV database with, as long as they have a warrant. That's a common sense approach that most New Yorkers support. But there is no way I'm letting, this is her talking, there is no way I'm letting federal agents or Elon Musk shady Doge operation get unfettered access to the personal data of any New Yorker in the DMV system, like 16-year-old kids learning to drive and other vulnerable people. So this is what she said recently. Wow. So y'all, you're going to have to tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
It is with profound honor that I have been entrusted by Speaker Mike Johnson and Chairman James Comer to lead the House Oversight Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets. Together with the help of the White House, our intelligence allies, the Department of Defense, the Department of Justice, we will be conducting investigations into the following: the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and Dr. Martin Luther King, unidentified aerial phenomena, also known as UAPs, unidentified submerged objects, also known as USOs, the EPSTEIN client list, the origins of COVID-19, and the 9/11 files. This task force will be a beacon of bipartisanship. On the Republican side, Representatives Burchett, Boebert, Burleson, Crane, Gill, and Mace will be joining me, although I'd like to note that I'm expanding this to the entire governing body and will be allowing certain members to waive on. Our first hearing is set for March. The date will be announced soon, and we've already initiated close to a dozen communications with various agencies, to include Pam Bondi at the Department of Justice and the Secretary of State. This will no longer be a task force that makes bold promises only to fade into irrelevance or send strongly worded letters. This will be a relentless pursuit of truth and transparency, and we will not stop until the American people have the answers they deserve. We will cut through the bureaucracy, challenge the stonewalling, and ensure that the American people finally get the truth that they have been denied for too long. If we are to endure and thrive as a nation, we must restore trust through transparency. The American people must be trusted to think for themselves, to form their own judgments from the truth that they are entitled to know. We've been treated like children for too long and kept in the dark by those we elected to serve us. It is my solemn duty to begin mending this trust, to form a new relationship between the government and the governed. Let us embark on this journey together towards a government that does not serve, but one that enlightens. That does not just serve, but one that enlightens. Trust through transparency, that begins now.
Finally, we had some news today on the release of the JFK assassination files. On Friday, the AG and DNI offices presented their plan to the president to release those files and disclose that some 2,400 previously unknown of files were uncovered by the FBI as a result of the president's day one executive order. They were never vetted by the review board or the National Archives. So awaiting a plan when we'll see the rest of that come out.
Why is it that members of Congress who are given a top secret security clearance are being denied access? That's not a free and true government. And so for us, especially being that we have now a Secretary of State who's actually open to declassification and Marco Rubio, we're hoping to present that information and at least acknowledge it from a government perspective, that we are not alone, but also let's see what the evidence is.
And I know that you've covered other accounts of UFOs moving hundreds of miles an hour underwater, joining with Congressman Burchett's claims. What do you make of underwater UFOs?
I've had the privilege of speaking directly with submariners, particularly, who have been witness to measurements of objects underwater using the sophisticated tracking technology that both the US Navy and my Navy in Australia use. And there are objects that have been recorded unbelievably moving close to the speed of sound in air underwater. So we're talking there about hundreds of kilometers an hour, hundreds of miles an hour. And there's no explanation for it. What we do know is that it is now officially admitted that the mystery of these objects is real. The United States has come a long way in the last 5 to 7 years. It now admits officially through the Director of National Intelligence that, in fact, there is a mystery, a genuine mystery there that requires investigation. And so now under the new administration, under President Trump, there's a big push on privately behind the scenes to get the claims of people like Jake Barber, the guy that I interviewed on News Nation a few weeks ago, who exclusively revealed his knowledge, direct first-hand knowledge of the existence of a retrieval program, an underground retrieval program involving alleged alien technology. Incredible allegations, I know. But what's interesting is there is now engagement at the top levels of the Trump administration and also in the Congress. People want to hear more and they're asking questions.
And let me ask you about that, because I know Jake Barber revealed that he has met with then Senator Marco Rubio's staff about the UFO retrieval program he says he was a part of. Of course, Rubio is now Secretary of State. What does this mean for the future of UFO information? Do you know anything about this?
Oh, no, that's what we're all hoping to find out. In fact, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna has flagged that this week she's got a big announcement coming that she says is bigger than UAPs, which we're all waiting breathlessly to hear. And the speculation is that it might involve some decision about declassification of some of the more intransigent government secrets, particularly UAPs. We just don't know. I think one of the issues for incoming administrations, I think, is they're often not told until they get into office what the secrets really are. And the president has been quite upfront about his determination to reveal what can be revealed about UAPs. As you know, I did an interview with Don Trump Jr. a few weeks ago, and he's obviously very engaged with the subject. I've had more conversations with people in the Trump administration since, and I've had reach outs from people in defense and the intelligence community who frankly tell me that they think it's time the American public, and indeed the world, was told what the US really does know about UAPs. They don't think there's any good reason to keep on hiding what they tell me is the case, which is that humanity has long been engaging with an advanced non-human intelligence, and we have been recovering their technology. But I think that's a big call to say that the government's going to make the decision to release that information, because there are genuinely national security imperatives. I can understand why the Defense Department might want to protect weapons technology or propulsion systems or energy systems. But I think at the very least, President Trump could come out and he could say, yes, we are aware of a non-human intelligence and advanced technology, but we're not going to reveal those secrets to the Russians or the Chinese, potential adversaries, but we do think you, the public, should know that we are on top of this. We're restoring it to congressional oversight because it's been hidden improperly from the Congress and indeed from previous presidents. And so it would be a really big move, I think, by the current president to make that decision and be more open and honest with the American public.
Yeah, I know so many are hoping for more transparency in the next 4 years. Ross, in just about 20 seconds, who do you believe would be trying to cover this up and why?
I think more often than not, Natasha, it's coming from private industry. There are a group of aerospace companies who've got the control of this technology, and by golly, they're not letting go in a hurry.
The biggest things that I'm constantly hearing from people, and it's not just me, but I think it's...
Oh, yeah. I was supposed to listen to this one. Yep.
Been generations of congressmen, and is that there was a lack of transparency in the federal government. And I think when you have that, it's actually dangerous, because that's where, conspiracy theories will form. That's where people will then lose, I think, sight and hope for their future, their nation, and then their government. And so in an effort to combat that, I have been pushing, and I'm joined now by my colleagues and have been entrusted by the Speaker of the House
by the chairman of oversight and hopefully the White House to be aiding in transparency for this country. So that's your hint.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh? What are your thoughts on that, lady?
Man, look, I guess I'd like to learn more about motherfucking aliens. They're probably like some secret. I mean, they were pretending it was a secret, okay? I would really let, unlock those files. At least that'd be a little bit more entertaining.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm gonna end it here. So thank y'all for tuning in. The topics we didn't get to is Donald Trump wants an all-white military, don't recruit blacks, and you won't believe what AI really thinks about black people. So we'll see y'all on part 2 for that.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah, so in the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda. Got the damn hiccups now. Revolutionary Agenda. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So, peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. Sharon Crewman, Lady Chase on and out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city and the sundown town, Nazarua. Peace to everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Crew. Shout out to Kahari. I'm sorry, Kahari. I've been getting your comments. We got to 200, Kahari. Congratulations. Mac 285, twin. The MD 20. Shabaka himself. Kelly. Anybody else that was speaking and not speaking. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. We're signing out, y'all. See y'all tomorrow or later on today for part 2. Peace.